as last time in the 60s. You know, sometimes there's more this year and other times there's more in the past. Okay, so I think we're there. The Indian Ocean Standard Net was used to collect krill. We expected the day-night differences because of the migrations. The krill assemblages changed as we went from temperate to tropical. And south of the subtropical front, there were very high abundances of krill, sort of food for the whales. The total number of krill species was pretty similar, and dominant species seemed to be similar from 60 years ago. And the values, the total abundances of different life stages seemed comparable. And I just wondered when I was putting this together that maybe we should start thinking about the influence of ubiquitous temperature and salinity in the deep waters across the transect. Because these things go up and down, they hide in this ubiquitous water, same sort of salinity and temperatures across the transect. But that's just something I thought of last night. Just acknowledge everyone made this trip possible. And you can go to the Inquest website that Kiran has maintained. Every day we went to see there's a story. There's a story by Mike, there's a story by Helen, there's a story by Ray. Everyone wrote a story for the website. So it's on the Inquest website or the IOE2 website. Enough. Sorry, I went over.
So maybe we can take one or two questions. Wonderful. It took me to like more than 20 years ago when I read a mission Macintosh in person in Hobart. They mentioned that in southern end of the current, the boundary current. It's very interesting to not find here variability. For example, when there's very strong eddy activity in the southern tip of current, there's a larvae of locusts will go offshore and they could not return back. So did you find So did you find any competition impact between synaptic eddy and ruling current over district transects?
Found a big fat eddy, and I had an honest student work on that. And he's now obsessed with eddies, and he's gone to Sydney University to study eddies for his PhD. I sent him there because I'm retired. And yes, and so we've done a lot of work on that, and we've done the genetics of the larvae all the way up the project, the transect, and it was the standard West Australian rock lobster that was caught in the eddies. There's about 7 papers that we've written, not to do with IOE2, but to do with the Lewis current and looking at how it affects distributions of rock lobster larvae.
Yeah, again, it's bigger progress since we did like 7 years ago.
Yeah, well, lots have happened since then. I can give you some publications.
But we have in China, we have a big transect around Victoria, Eastern Ocean, Victoria.
Yeah.
Every year we have a transect around Victoria.
Yeah.
So we are not so good about the biological study, but we do have a same exemplary picture like you did in cruises. So I do think we can exchange our information each other. That is longitudinal. You are mediano.
On Wednesday morning, I'm talking about long-term data sets for ecological research and ecosystem research, and I'm specifically talking about the rock lobster. So we'll chat after that.
Okay, folks, I will forward my information to you.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, anyone else?
So there's been more here in the interest of the time. So next 2 talks in session is they are pre-recorded talk, and these 2 projects we have received project officers received for the endorsement. So the principal investigators are going to present their project now. So first one is by Dr. Marc from France, and project title is nitrogen fixation offset nitrogen depletion in expanding ocean deserts. So acronym is expand.
project I'm presenting today is called Expand. This stands for will nitrogen. Hi, good morning. I would like to thank the organizers of the meeting for inviting me to present this project. I am Marlene Vives. I'm a researcher at adalah in France. And the project I'm presenting today is called Expand. This stands for will nitrogen fixation offset nitrogen depletion in expanding ocean deserts. This is a project that has been submitted as a consolidator grant to the European Research Council in December of the past year, for which we are awaiting evaluation. So the project tries to investigate nitrogen fixation in ocean deserts. Ocean deserts, also of course known as subtropical gyres. These are vast regions of the ocean and are chronically stratified, very poor in nutrients due to the lack of diffusion of deeper layers returning nutrients, where, of course, biological productivity and henceforth chlorophyll concentrations are permanently low. Among these regions, there has been a lot of interest in the North Pacific and North Atlantic gyres, but still the Indian Ocean gyre remains as a major question in our understanding of ocean productivity today and, of course, in the future as ocean gyres expand with climate change. In these regions, because, as I already said, the welling of nutrients from deeper water is pretty much constrained by this permanent stratification, there is another process that becomes very important in sustaining primary productivity. This is biological nitrogen fixation. This is a process performed by specialized microbes called diazotrophs. So these are prokaryotes that are capable of using molecular nitrogen, so N2 molecules, to reduce them into ammonia. So this is a direct entrance of reactive nitrogen into ecosystems that becomes pretty much the main source of nitrogen in systems where other sources of nitrogen are very much inhibited. So nitrogen fixation is very important for sustaining primary productivity in ocean deserts, such as the Indian Ocean subtropical gyre. So nitrogen fixation is actually considered the largest source of reactive nitrogen into the open ocean. But however, our current information on nitrogen fixation is very biased, both especially and most of all seasonally, because most of our measurements are always taken in the summer months. And if you take a look at the lower panel in this slide, this is the global distribution of data available in the ocean as of last year, and you can see that the Indian Ocean has very, very, very few measurements. The Indian Ocean is also important to look at because recent comparisons of Earth system models predicted that it may have a key role in regulating primary productivity globally, along with climate change progression until the end of the century. What you see in these graphs, left graphs here, is the progression in temperature, in surface temperature until the end of the century. The middle panel shows the evolution in net primary productivity, and we can see that the two models actually show opposing trends towards the end of the century, and it has been shown by comparing these two Earth system models that it's actually the way nitrogen fixation is introduced in the model that changes the behavior of primary productivity in the future. And when this is broken down by different regions in the ocean, and this is what we see in the left-hand side, in the right-hand side panel, it is actually the Indian Ocean, one of the regions that introduces more variability in our estimations of net primary productivity. So surely what I'm trying to say is that we need to understand how nitrogen fixation fuels primary production in the Indian Ocean to be able to diminish the uncertainty in primary productivity prediction in the future ocean. So the challenge now is to understand how nitrogen fixation will evolve in the future Indian Ocean gyre as climate change progresses. Something that we know is that CO2 concentrations are rising, and they are expected to keep on doing so by the end of the century. And from empirical work, but also from modeling, we know that this is expected to warm the ocean and hence impede nutrient supply, and henceforth diminish chlorophyll or phytoplankton biomass as climate change progresses. However, from laboratory experiments and from also field experiments, we know that nitrogen fixation actually responds positively to CO2 increase. So nitrogen fixers, these prokaryotes, they are capable of fixing more nitrogen where there is more CO2 available, at least in a great majority of the cases. So the question is, what is gonna happen next? So if CO2 will keep increasing, and this is gonna decrease primary productivity, but also nitrogen fixation, will this increase in nitrogen fixation be able to cope with this counteractive decreased supply of nutrients and henceforth maintain primary productivity in the future ocean as climate change progresses? So in all, the main objective of EXPAND is to quantitatively understand the impact of the Indian Ocean gyre expansion on nitrogen fixation and hence on primary productivity. To do so, there are three precise objectives. The first one is to track, so to locate the actual Indian Ocean gyre and see what its general variability in size across different seasons. The second one is to understand the impact of this gyre expansion on nitrogen fixation inputs. And the third is to have a look at the legacy, so extend the in situ measurements longer by establishing predictability indices. So for the first objective, we will conduct two cruises in opposing seasons to track when the gyre is at its minimum size in July and when it is at its maximum size in January. The cruises will count on a set of short stations here in white circles to measure a number of properties at the edges of the gyre. These include hydrographic variables, of course, nutrients, trace metals, DNA, nitrogen and carbon fixation rates, and then followed also by more detailed process studies that will allow us to have a mechanistic understanding of nitrogen fixation, which will take place at this dark square stations that will last 48 hours. In these stations, we will conduct more detailed incubation experiments to look at different controls on nitrogen fixation. This includes micro-macronutrient limitation, grazing, which is something we know very little about, viral attack, how much of the nitrogen fixation is released as ammonium or dissolved organic matter, how much is it actually uptaken by the rest of the microbial community, and also what are the interactions between diazotropes and other species. To measure the seasonal impact of gyre expansion on nitrogen fixation, we will install 3 moorings at the north, center, and south borders of the gyre. These moorings will be equipped with a set of hydrography and current meters, but also will be able to measure nitrogen and carbon fixation rates and samples for DNA automatically on a monthly basis. Finally, the legacy work package, so this is the third objective, aims to use the collected rates and DNA data to calculate an index from which should be able to reduce the community composition to main species and these main species being responsive for the nitrogen fixation and the primary productivity observed. So the project is a collaboration between many different labs in France, but also in India, such as the Physical Research Laboratory, Spain, several universities and research centers in the US, South Africa, and of course, the National Oceanography Center and the University of Newcastle in the UK. The project has been supported by INBER, and I'm hoping it will be also supported by the International Indian Ocean Expedition 2 Committee. With that, I would like to thank you for this invitation, and of course the funding agencies and bodies that have made this preliminary research possible, driving to the design of this proposal. Thank you.
The next presentation is also pre-recorded by Dr. Girish Kumar from Choice, and we propose a project set that is enhancing knowledge of the heritage, marine environment, science, and advanced training. Please play. You can just play the try to fill in again whenever possible. Yeah, just play.
project is a collaboration.
This file is what we-
That's the maximum sound.
So the project is
Already there is evidence in the book, it's a RITC, that is very cycle. It also extreme with the condition like cycle, so it's reduction. That is important to understand that we can and how this point their analysis and activities. Indicated bias and going up to minus organization and reaching up to minus organization, that being minus 2. They argue that bias is primarily due to ideas, primarily the mediums and start how bias. Even then, this figure shows that bias observation in the research. So mostly
Looks like there's some technical problem here in the recording. So I'll just like to quickly summarize this project. So this is the project proposed under Indo-US collaboration called as INVENSI. There will be a joint field campaign with India, but there are different components. Yeah. Yeah, so this project has basically there are two components for this project. One is mainly focusing on the ads inflection, where there are two teams to study the boundary layer and the interior processes in the Arabian Sea. And second is the ads inflection of the component. We're going to study the boundary layer as well as the within the Arabian Sea. And second is the component is the biochemistry, where the focus is to understand the oxygen minimum zone and its impact on the upper ocean ecology like flows and other processes which are going on. So these are the main components of this particular project. And the area of study is Arabian Sea. Yeah, so it's going to be these two areas here, the northern Arabian Sea and the southern Arabian Sea. So there will be two campaigns. One, we already had a pilot campaign in 2023. So intense observations will be in 2024, which will be in the southeastern Arabian Sea. And the next year, subsequent year, there will be in the northern Arabian Sea. So these are the two regions where field campaigns. And schedule. So this is the overall timeline for the execution of the project. So it just started 2023 and it is there till 2026. And some of the instruments which will be operated on board, which includes VLP, radio meter wire. We are also going to have a glider and radios on the observations along. That's all.
So thank you, Mr. Alish, for chairing this session. So now we will pass directly the second one today with early career scientists chaired by Mr. Nick Dadam. Thank you, Mr.
Yeah, thank you very much. I believe there is a pre-recorded talk by the chair, I think, of the ECSS.
Dear Scientific Committee, Dear Scientific Committee of IIU2, my name is Femi Mohammed and I'm currently the chair of the Early Career Scientist Network of IIU2. I am a postdoctoral scientist at Gilmore in Germany. Thank you for giving me this opportunity today to give an overview of the objectives and activities of this group, the achievements over the past year, and the upcoming activities planned. This network was formed in December 2015 at the National Institute of Oceanography in Goa. The objectives of this network is to support early career scientist network, early career scientists in ocean research, to foster collaboration among these researchers, to organize events for knowledge sharing, to connect with groups sharing similar goals, and also to bridge early career scientists with senior scientists within the IIU2 working groups. We have over 100 registered members from 17 different countries. This slide here shows the current core committee. I am the chair of the committee, like I mentioned before. Adi Timothy is the co-chair, Mansi Gupta is the secretary, and then we have other members at different stages of their career, coming from different institutions or universities, not only across the Indian Ocean, but also extending to Africa and to Europe. Along with the current core committee, we are also accompanied for our major activities by our current advisory committee, who constitute of former members. So for our outreach, we use various social media platforms such as X, formerly known as Twitter, and Facebook. So we disseminate job information, fieldwork opportunities, or any other information which could be of interest to early career scientists. We have also recently launched a YouTube channel where we showcase our recorded monthly seminar series, which I will talk about later in this presentation. And I am very happy to share that in the last few weeks, we have actually launched our website. And for this, I would like to say a big thank you to Himanshu Saxena from our committee and Kiran Kumar from Intel, who spent quite some time working on this. You can now all have a look on the website, which have information about how to join the network, also the profiles of the core committee and what we are doing as a team to enhance communication, collaboration between early career scientists. Also, this is only a first step, and now we need to enhance the website and constantly update it as things are moving quite rapidly. Now I will talk a bit about some of the main scientific contributions by this network. Our members have co-authored in total 7 IRE2 synthesis papers with 2 as lead authors. We also led IRE2 sponsored cruises and made several contributions to the newsletters. Our previous chair, Arvind Singh, wrote a blog highlighting the need for a strong multi-team network to get meaningful insights about our ocean, and that blog was voted the best blog of the year 2021. We have also started a seminar series mid-last year called Ocean Insights, where we get early career scientists from the Indian Ocean from different backgrounds, giving a talk on the first Friday of every month. This has been a very successful initiative with more or less 30 to 40 attendees. However, we would like to take this to another level by increasing visibility. And this is a message to all the great scientists in the room today. If you know any early career scientists working on the Indian Ocean, and please ask them to contact us so that they can present their work. It has to be a two-way street for this initiative to survive. We have also started the process of creating a nested network by identifying institutional leads at specific institutions. These leads will liaise with the Early Career Scientist Network Committee and then revert back to their network at their institute. And overall, they will be part of the Early Career Scientist Network community. Through this process, we aim at strategically enhance our visibility and presence within the scientific community, effectively showcasing our network's contributions, fostering collaborations, and amplifying our impact. We are also working with other early career groups to share experiences and insights on how things we feel are important for projects and institutions to consider when engaging early career researchers. And the ultimate goal of this is to promote meaningful engagement rather than merely fulfilling a checkbox requirement for early career researchers' involvement. We were also involved in a number of other activities, such as conducting IPCC and Ocean Decade Review. Some members were involved in projects such as the Indo-French New Normal project. We also gave online course on fishery oceanography for future professionals, receiving over 1,400 registrations from 70 countries. And we are authoring at the moment a publication on special issue of oceanography on building diversity, equity, and inclusion in ocean sciences. And for the next phase of IIRE2, 2025 to 2030, we have contributed to the IIRE2 implementation strategy report for the next phase, and we will also be involved in the science themes of IIRE2. And in that respect, the work towards nominating early career researchers to be part of these science themes are currently ongoing. So what is this network doing in relation to the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development? Through INCOS and more specifically Dr. Nimit Kumar, our project Decade IO, which stands for Devising Early Career Capacity Development in the Indian Ocean region, was endorsed by the UN Ocean Decade, which aimed to enhance capacity building for early career researchers in the Indian Ocean region through organization of trainings where early career scientists are not only trainers, but also a mentor during these trainings, And the first event was conducted in September at INCOS ITCO Center last year. As part of this framework developed by IOC UNESCO for the decade, efforts are being made to set up structures that will help coordinate decade actions smoothly, aiming to address challenges in achieving the ocean science we need for the ocean we want. So the DCC-IOR, the Decade Collaborative Center for the Indian Ocean Research, Indian Ocean region, which is coordinated by INCOS, will work towards planning and implementation of decade actions in the Indian Ocean. And the chair of the committee, that is myself, I am part of this governing body, giving voice to early career researchers towards this effort. However, as a network, we also have some challenges that we hope to tackle in the future. For example, our visibility. We want to build awareness and recognition within the scientific community, and this can be quite challenging, especially when competing with established organizations and networks. So that is why I will reiterate my invitation now to early career researchers who are there in the room with you all to please join our network. Our next challenge is inclusivity. This ensuring that the network is inclusive and welcoming to scientists, but also that other leading institutions are inclusive to the network when planning conferences and meetings. We need to be included and we need to have a voice in these meetings and in these conferences. Our third challenge is about funding. Securing financial support for activities such as conferences and meetings can be quite difficult, especially for early career scientists who may have limited access to funding resources. Hence, we request that Early Career Scientist Network is thought of when planning conferences and meetings as an attendee, but also could potentially contribute to the event. Our last challenge is impact assessment. Measuring the impact and effectiveness of the network's activities can be quite difficult, but it is essential for demonstrating value to stakeholders and institutions, and also for identifying areas for improvement. And this is something we have to think about in the future. This brings me to the end of this presentation, but before that, I would like to reiterate again my invitation to all early career scientists in Indonesia who are there in person to join us. Who can be a member of this group? Anyone young in an academic sense can be a member. Researchers working in the early career stages of the career, that is PhD with less than 10 years of experience, and doing a research in any branch of the ocean, but having active interest in the Indian Ocean. To join us, you can email us, or you can also join through our new website. I thank you all for your attention.
Is Benny online or not? That was pre-recorded. Okay, that's a shame because I'm sure we'd all want to thank him. I think I can speak on behalf of everyone. This is already a great legacy of the IOE too, and you know, that community has really gotten together and organised themselves. And actually, that's a very nice. You did mention it, but it's a nice segue into discussion we'll have this afternoon about going forward and the proposition for the Early Career Scientist Network to become working group number 4. We have 3, and that's to actually address and respond to some of the challenges in terms of building their stature, their visibility, and really empowering and encouraging them to become, you know, the next group of drivers of Indian Ocean research, because indeed a lot of the people who were involved in starting the IOE2 in 2015 are in retirement mode or pro bono mode or moving on. So that was fantastic. Anyway, Chanda is here representing the ECSN. So thanks for making the trip here, Chanda. I know it's very difficult for you guys to find funding and opportunities to travel. So, and you know, I know you're here to answer any questions on their behalf if anything comes up, or and indeed intervene and contribute, you know, as an ECSN rep throughout the next set of sessions. Marie?
Thank you. Well, since Fanny is not here, but you're helping to populate the website, then I made some recommendations. Do you know whether there's already a constitution or terms of reference or anything about the governance that could be put on the website?
So initially when the ECSN was constituted, they had only the criteria to be part of the network. So that's the information what we have in the agreement, but I'm not sure whether they have any terms of reference or
I can offer something.
One question is there, sorry. Okay, yeah. So that constitution is there, but shortly we will upload the constitution, like the website.
Nested network of institutions, it's shown on the website.
Yeah, that also will we have a process of.
Okay. Yeah, I know you are working on it now, but that's why I'm taking this opportunity to make some recommendations. So,
As of now, we have one.
members or institutions, members.
In one thing, we have recorded data. It is online, so once the people start getting statistics.
Okay, and maybe also final point to have some information about the decade endorsed.
Sorry,
program.
could I just intervene? When people, please, we have to use the microphones, otherwise conversations are just bilateral.
Yeah, I was talking about the UN decade endorsed project. If it could also be, maybe a summary of, kind of basic information about this decade IO program. Thank you.
Can I just add that Aditi Modi wrote the chapter in the revised implementation strategy, and she's outlined the governance arrangements in that chapter. So that's, anyway, that's an early insight into their governance, which, and I agree with Marie, should reflect that on the website. Thanks. So I think we'll now move on to the talks. We're fortunate to have early career researchers from BRIN have prepared talks, and I believe, is that correct? We have, yep, okay. Like to call on Mohammed Mutar, speak on the increasing importance of anammox processes for agriculture wastewater treatment. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So my name is Nopal. I am now as a research in this institution. So let's go to my slide. Actually, I don't know whether this topic is actually related to this topic of the conference, but what I know is the original of my research is actually based on what happened in the Indian Ocean. Go to the next slide. I took this from one paper that published in 2014. This is the globe and also the ocean picture. And the one which has dark color here shows the area which has low oxygen concentration in the ocean. Sorry, which has low concentration of oxygen in the ocean. And we found that many metabolism from the bacterial activity is actually occur in this kind of systems. And most of the process that happen in this system is actually a nitrogen cycle, and about 30 to 50% of nitrogen loss in this process is done by the anammox process. So what is anammox? Go to the next slide. Anammox is the anaerobic ammonium oxidation, and this process is actually occur also in the marine system. The main product here is the ammonia in the presence of nitrite, and these two in the anammox process will be nitrogen gas. So this is the basic nitrogen cycle that happened in our world, but it also happened mostly in the marine system. And based on this information, actually, as an engineer at that time, we want to apply whether this anammox process can be applied in the terrestrial system. So this is because the anammox process is anaerobic ammonium oxidation. So we So some scientists before found the anammox bacteria that can perform the oxidation of ammonia and nitrite, with the final product is nitrogen gas. And compared to the traditional nitrogen removal process such as nitrification and also denitrification, the anammox process is quite good because of this process is low in the greenhouse gas emission product. Mostly the anammox bacteria that found in the marine system is this species, Candida scalinda, and other four is this mostly found in the terrestrial system. However, in my research, I find some difficulties, including to enrich this marine anammox bacteria in the freshwater systems. So the ecology and the salt trace become one of the gap and also the bottleneck in my research, because it will affect the stability of the wastewater treatment in my reactor. So to finish my study, I did some genomic study and also I did some reactor studies. And from the genomic study, actually, we try to define the anammox bacteria into by using the phylogenomic tree, and it shows that the freshwater group separate with the marine water groups. And we try to analyze the osmo adaptation genes that might be in the body of that bacteria, and it also shows that most of the marine water anammox bacteria, which represented by Candida scalinda, has high copy number of potassium uptake genes, because I think they are mostly live in the marine system, so they should have many potassium uptake system. Compared to the others freshwater bacteria, the copy number is quite low. And just like what I told you before, I cannot grow the saline or marine bacteria in my system, so I try to grow the freshwater anammox bacteria in my system. What I do is I try to put some osmotic osmolyte compounds such as glutamate and also potassium to increase the activity of the freshwater anammox bacteria. And it shows that when I put the anammox sludge, which highly enriched by the freshwater anammox bacteria, it can survive until 3.75% of sodium chloride, which is this concentration is actually almost the same like marine water system. And the addition of glutamate and potassium actually good to enhance the gas production. This one is actually N2 gas, which is the final product from the anammox bacteria. And also I also built some reactors and try to apply with 4% of sodium chloride, and it shows that after I put glutamate, the concentration of ammonium and nitrite is decreased, which indicates that the addition of glutamate and potassium is good for my anammox system. And this is some of the community of bacteria. So what I want to show you here is the freshwater anammox bacteria application in the high salt environment is feasible. And we found that the glutamate and potassium can have potential to enhance the stability of anammox performance to treat the high saline wastewater. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. If there is a question, would you like to take a question if there is one? Any questions, or we just take that? Okay, thank you very much. Now, Sunati Sinaga will be speaking about I believe so, yeah, Sunati, spatiotemporal variation of blue mackerel, Somba australis, spawning in the northern Taiwan. And nice to see you up here instead of just out there. Welcome.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Suna. I'm just early employee here in this institution, and I'm going to present about my PhD study, just a small part of my PhD study about reproductive biology. So I studied this about two parts. So the first part is about reproductive biology of blue mackerel in northeastern Taiwan, and after that we extend the study to the environmental factor. What is the factor can affect the reproduction of blue mackerel? So this is the one work is about experimental work. So in this experimental work, we use the biological data. From biological data, we can find the reproductive parameters such as fecundity and also sex maturity, batch fecundity, and also 50% maturity. And after that, we continue the work with using fishing and environmental data using NOOAE and also logbook fishery data in Taiwan. And in the end, we found the spawning ground, where is the spawning ground of blue mackerel, and when is the spawning ground of blue mackerel, and what is the factors can impact the reproduction of blue mackerel. Generally, the spawning ground of blue mackerel it is in a Asia country, China, Korea, and Japan, and also in Taiwan. You can see in here. So this is generally the spawning ground. One is the southern part of Japan, and one is in northern Taiwan. In Taiwan, the study has been done that the spawning ground of this blue mackerel is in the very north in Taiwan, and one also in the northern Taiwan, but a bit far from the southern part of Japan. And in Taiwan, there is a special thing is in Asian country, there are several species of blue mackerel, but blue mackerel and also jack mackerel. But in Japan, Korea, and China, the most highest productivity is a jack mackerel, but in Taiwan is a blue mackerel. So we try to find out what is the characteristic of blue mackerel in Taiwan using the data, sample data 2017 to 2021. So for the reproduction part, so I make it fast because the time is very limited for us. So from the reproduction part, we found the sex maturity, stage 1 to stage 5. So this is the immature, and in stage 4, this is the most important because this is for the spawning season, and this is already spawned. And for the peak of the spawning, we estimate from the GSI observation. In here, you can see 2017-2021, the different spawning peak in every year. We found the spawning season may be about 3 months, but for the spawning peak in these years is very different. Sometimes it's early, sometimes it's late. And for the fecundity, generally is consistent, which is has a positive correlation, like when a big fish produce more eggs, when a small fish produce lesser eggs. And for the batch fecundity, for the 2017-2021, it just show that fecundity is just how many eggs inside the body of fish, but for the batch fecundity, how many eggs that will release to the ocean. So the amount will be different. So maybe about 20%, 50%. If it is success, maybe 50 or 60%. But if it is not success, maybe only 10% fecundity to be batch fecundity. And for the length sexual maturity, most of them are almost similar, only in 2021 is a bit smaller. So the major finding from this reproductive is the spawning peak is very different every year, sometimes early, sometimes late. And when they early, the spawning is just shorter. But when the batch fecundity is lower, the spawning duration is extend maybe about 1 to 2 months. So we extend the study why the reproductive have very strong variation in every year. Why this late, why this early, and why this have a batch fecundity high, and why another year is batch fecundity is lower. So we continue the study to include the environmental data here. Yeah, the environmental data such as SST, chlorophyll, and also MLD and salinity. So all the biological data, so this is a big work. When we collect the sample, and then we try to find out where is the sample catch. So we have collaboration with a fisherman and also fishery agency. So we can track where is this fish actually come from. So to see the spawning ground, we use some study they use larvae, some study they use also egg batch fecundity. But in this study we use GSI value in stage 4 because in a stage 4 we consider this is a batch fecundity, which is the egg will release to the ocean. So we use this data about GSI about 7.5. So we use GSI 7.5 to estimate when is the spawning ground and spawning season of this blue mackerel. All the data we use the ESI software. So we found out that the spawning ground for the blue mackerel actually considered in this part, and in this part. So if I now, so I can show you that I saw that in here. So the ocean in Taiwan, about 900 meters. So the blue mackerel actually the favorite spawning ground is always in the rich age in 200 meters, and then just like going down to 500 or 900. So they like to be spawned just nearby just in the between shallow water and deep water. Yeah, in here, A1, A2, and A3, and this is just for the spatial temporal, but we have a lack of data for every day. So this is for every day. We found in 2017, the spawning peak start earlier than in another year, and for the spatial, we found in April was in A2 location, and in February also A2 location, and in March in A1 location. So after we got that information, we try to find out the preference of the environmental data. Where is the spawning season of blue mackerel from SST? In A1, the SST may be higher, in A2, the SST lower. So they just have a different preference in each location. From same chlorophyll annually, but in salinity, they don't have any different. They spawn in the same SST in A1 location and A2 location. And for the sea depth, it's also the same. They like to spawn in about 100 meters. Yes. And this is for the habitat suitable index. We use the HSI, but I use the HSS here because this is for spawning. So this is for the estimation. Where is the location, the good location for this spawning? So in here you can just see in 2017, 2017 is a very good year to spawn. So that's why in the previous presentation before, in 2017, the batch fecundity is very good. But we see in estimation in 2017 for the all environmental factor in 2017 is also good. And because Taiwan, the northern Taiwan affected by Kuroshio current, this is the most important in Taiwan because many study has been done because of this Kuroshio current. This is very important in Taiwan, especially for blue mackerel. Kuroshio current bring the warm water and also clean water, which is very good to the reproduction of blue mackerel. So, but the problem is the Kuroshio current is not always same every year. Sometimes the intrusion is very strong, sometimes the intrusion is low, so it affects the reproduction of blue mackerel. This is for the Kuroshio current. And yeah, so that's my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sonati. I mean, that's fantastic that you guys could contribute. Please, if you're not part of the ECSM, join up and encourage all your friends, all your colleagues, join up. Is there a question for Sonati? I think it's worth taking one. Yeah, please do. One? No, it's okay. You know, then we'll go to Lena.
Thank you. My question is, the difference of spawning months among years, is it related more to rising temperature or the strength of the Kuroshio current? Thank you.
in our study, yeah, but the most is temperature. Actually, the most important for the spawning is temperature. But because temperature is affected by corrosion current, so we have to study about the effect of corrosion current to that location and it affect the temperature. Yeah. And in our presentation in here, because the temperature may be 21 to 23, but we find out that if the temperature is lower than 21, the spawning is not good. But the temperature also higher than 23 is not good. So it has a small preferable for the spawning.
I just wondered whether you've collected any fecundity data on this species.
You mean the picture? Okay. This one?
That's fine. Maybe we can have a discussion of topic on that one.
Yeah, because I'm not so clear about.
That's okay.
Yeah.
We're in a collegiate environment. We talk about it at coffee time. Okay, thank you very much again, Leo, for your research. I suggest we have a quick break for tea, morning tea, and I think it's now about 4:00. Yeah, it's 10:45. Let's try and come back in 10 or 15 minutes so that we can give everybody in the next session enough time to present their prepared talk. So 10-minute tea break, and we'll come back. Thank you.
Before that, a quick information for all the early career scientists present here, or maybe the professors or doctors who can just inform the early career scientists. We have a website here for early career scientists to join, and if they click here, join now, it's very simple process. So please pass on this information to as many as you can. Thank you.
Thanks.
the southeastern Indian Ocean. This project, based in the Bay of Bengal, is led by Professor Hermann Bange from GeoMar in Germany. And this is an ongoing project planned to be completed in 2026. In this region, human activities have significantly impacted the water in the ocean, and yet comprehensive measurements are lacking, and this is what this project is trying to address. The project aims to understand biogeochemical and microbiological interactions in the ocean and atmosphere, with focus on the efficiency of the project. I'm not able to report on the following 3 projects where chief investigators, colleagues from United States, Japan, and Korea, as there were no responses from these chief investigators. The next project, the Necton Indian Ocean project, where the chief investigator, Oliver Steeds from UK, this project is ongoing, and it has already conducted investigations in Seychelles, Maldives, and the Comoros, and has additional locations in development. This project focused on deeper reefs up to 500 meters in depth, and the data collection includes physical, chemical, and biological parameters alongside plastic debris assessment. In this project, the next project, the Necton Indian Ocean project, where the chief investigator, Oliver Steeds from UK, this project is ongoing, and it has already conducted investigations in Seychelles, Maldives. In this project, led by Ashley Johnson from Oceans Research, Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment in South Africa, aimed to collect baseline environmental data along the coast of Africa. Despite significant delays caused by COVID-19, where many students and staff had to go back to their original countries, the project persisted with some initiatives moving forwards. The training on board the SA Agalas 2 involved participants from countries such as Tanzania, Kenya, Congo, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, South Africa, Comoros, and Madagascar, and focused on collection of data on physical, chemical, and biological oceanography, benthic biodiversity, as well as marine mammal observations. Students engaged in practical sessions, learned how to do sampling for different parameters, analysis, and also got an insight from the scientists on board on how to go about interpreting data and also how to make presentations. Many of the outputs that are captured by these sub-projects within this expedition are listed in the final report of the expedition, which is already available. And relevance to theme 1 are those related to the plastics and metal contamination. And I included a couple of graphics here from that final report. More publications are coming. The next project, which is also ongoing, is led by Dr. Jim Kostopoulos from United States, and it's the Global Seamounts project. This project is undergoing development with an expanded focus on ecosystem modeling, which is now led by Dr. Beth Fulton from CSIRO. Anticipated to launch in 2025 with a 3-year field component, the project aims to comprehensively survey selected seamounts in the world's oceans, Indian, Atlantic and Pacific, but specifically in the Indian Ocean. And the expedition data will inform an ensemble of ecosystem models to predict future productivity and sustainability outcomes, aiding marine conservation strategies. This project will utilize advanced ROV technology, which you can read about on their website, the globaloceans.org. And the data will help enhance modeling capacity for the Indian Ocean. And while no formal publications have yet been released, detailed information is available on the Global Oceans website with some insights I have selected there in the top right of this slide. The next project was led by Dr. Nerida Wilson from the Western Australian Museum, and this project, which is now completed, was a cruise on board the Mid-Ocean Institute vessel, and it focused on collecting biodiversity data in the submarine Cape Range Canyon in the northwestern Australia. And you can see the illustration in the top right of this slide indicating locality of this canyon. And while the project's primary focus aligns with other science themes such as Theme 6, its relevance to the Human Impacts project lies in its proximity to a proposed mining lease and numerous exploration leases in that region. And thus the understanding of biodiversity in these zones is crucial for any future effective management. The next project, unfortunately, due to lack of funding, is being postponed until after 2024, and the chief investigator, Francis Marsac from France, is very hopeful that funding will be secured. The objectives include addressing societal issues in a small island developing state and focusing on sustainable fisheries and marine spatial planning in the Mahe Plateau or the Seychelles Bank region. And the project aims to contribute to science to governance efforts by developing optimized national fisheries and environmental policies. The next couple of slides I'll dedicate to the Solstice project, and this Western Indian Ocean program, which was a collaboration led by Ekaterina Popova from UK and Michael Roberts from South Africa, spanned 6 years and was funded by the UK Global Challenges Research Fund. Its relevance to Theme 1 centered on researching marine food security and future changes in light of climate change. It was launched in October 2017, and this program integrated recent advances in marine technologies, local knowledge, and research expertise to address challenges facing the Western Indian Ocean region. Through the state-of-the-art technology transfer, the collaborative environmental and also socio-economic research and hands-on training, the project showcased its approach through 3 case studies in Kenya, Tanzania, and South Africa. And I'll go into more details in the next slide. These studies focused on emerging fisheries and ecosystem shifts, with over 100 publications produced during the project's duration. Key achievements include special issues in ocean and coastal management, and also in the deep sea research part 2, along with other journals such as Frontiers in Marine Science, Scientific Reports, Marine Policy, Food Security. There are also numerous policy briefs, practice notes, and wealth of outreach material available through the project website. And I've just inserted the graphics there on the top right to summarize those. Selected examples of papers from the SOLTIS project, which I'll continue here now, underscore the relevance to the human benefits and impacts theme 1. For instance, research on coastal water productivity in Kenya, the pelagic fishery in Tanzania, and also squid catch dynamics in South African waters highlight critical findings. These include the impact of river discharge on coastal productivity, the importance of small pelagic fisheries for food security, and the potential effects of climate change on marine ecosystems, with the paper on the squid catch examining 20 years of satellite data capturing chlorophyll variability over time. Additionally, ecological considerations for marine spatial management in Tanzania and projections of fish biomass reductions in Kenya and Tanzania, as examples, provide valuable insights into future challenges and management strategies in this and other regions. These papers contributed significantly to our understanding of marine ecosystems and the implications of human populations, and aligning with the objectives of Theme 1 in the IOE2 Science Plan. This next project was led by Dr. Yasmin Purushothaman from India, and this project focused on ocean warming and bioluminescence and aimed to assess the long-term impacts of climate change on marine ecosystems, to examine bioluminescent plankton dynamics, and to understand environmental drivers contributing to plankton blooms and explore physical-chemical parameters affecting plankton dynamics. Notably, the project reported the first swarm of these bioluminescent organisms in Indian waters, emphasizing the role of hydrographical and also anthropogenic factors in promoting such swarms. And there were some 6 papers, 3 conference presentations, and the website is being developed, and more papers are being drafted as we speak. In the next project from Sri Lanka, led by Dr. Dahanayaka from the Sri Lankan University, it addressed marine ecosystem degradation and conflicts in the Sri Lankan exclusive economic zone due to inefficient spatial planning. The project evaluated human-induced ocean stressors and their impacts on coastal populations, proposing a marine spatial planning framework for mitigation and using example from the northwest of Sri Lanka, and you can see that region in the top right, and some examples from the honors thesis at the bottom on the left. The completed project resulted in 2 publications listed here on the right, and also honors thesis alongside spatial datasets developed for the case study regions. The next project is the Monaco Explorations project, originally led by Mr. Becerra from Monaco and now by Mr. Prachet. This project focused on a lot of outreach, deploying different types of measuring equipment, but with the most relevance for theme 1 were the sub-projects on microplastics and also on marine ecosystems, and these I'll discuss in a bit more detail here. The expedition has a very comprehensive and well-developed website with many presentations, and as to the sub-projects, the microplastics and coral pathogens, or MAD CAPS, was developed in 2019 by the different collaborations, including Reunion Island, and it aimed to study the abundance and distribution of floating plastic debris in the Indian Ocean, particularly focusing on the characteristics of the microbial flora, which is fixed on microplastics. This project found that over 90% of the plastic debris collected were hard type, mainly composed of polyethylene and polypropylene. And these findings shed light on the prevalence of plastic pollution in the region and its potential impact on marine biota. Another sub-project, 4C, aimed to understand the combined impacts of coastal human activities and climate change on marine ecosystems in the Western Indian Ocean. There are some graphics on the left indicating localities of some of that sampling. 4Cs deployed autonomous observation systems such as autonomous instrumental boards and also aerial drones, and collected bathymetry data and also images to map habitats, species, and changes in their surface area and abundance. These projects significantly contributed to our understanding of marine pollution and so in summary, of the 14 projects that listed the human benefits and impacts component, 6 are completed and 5 are ongoing. However, 3 of these projects I'm not able to comment on simply because the chief investigators did not respond to requests for updates. But I do wholeheartedly thank all of the chief investigators who did respond, and thus I was able to report on these 11 projects. It might be useful to cross-check the outcomes of all endorsed projects against the research questions embedded in the science plan to identify any remaining gaps. It's just a thought, perhaps that will be of interest. And with that, I do thank you for your attention, and I hope you found the presentation informative.
Yeah. Yesterday, there are 5,530 downloads of this article as of yesterday. Next slide, please. Now, let me give you a brief glimpse of some of these planned activities. So there is some overlap between different presentations, so I couldn't avoid it. So some of the slides you might have already seen, but anyway, let me go through this. So this is the BioCat cruise organized by GeoMar. The slide was sent by Rena Sechel. She is a member of our science team too. So the major focus of this cruise is to look at the oxygen minimum zone in the Bay of Bengal with Herman as the chief scientist. So the main objectives are to identify the ventilation pathways and their links to the oxygen minimum zone. Oxygen minimum zone in the Bay of Bengal is very special. It has contrast with the Arabian Sea because the oxygen minimum zone in the Bay of Bengal remains above the tipping point of falling below the nidification biology. So what maintains that oxygen minimum zone above the tipping point is a very good question. So they're having some propositions, but I think this cruise would give you very crucial data to look at that process during the pre-monsoon time of April and May. So the other objective is to investigate the role of mesoscale eddies and their influence on the water mass modification and associated transport of phases. So the Bay of Bengal is very rich in eddies with the continuous propagation of waves and the seasonally reversing monsoon winds. And they do have an impact on oxygenating the upper layer of the Bay of Bengal, and then to determine the dissipation rate and diffusivity for the estimation of turbulent fluxes. The cruise will start from Colombo here, western side of Sri Lanka, go all the way down to the south of the equator and then sail towards north. So this cruise also gives data to look at the equatorial current system with the main objective to resolve the structure and the variability of the equatorial current system. GeoMar had done several studies in the historical perspective of Indian to look at the Indian currents and to understand similarities and differences between the Atlantic and Indian Ocean equatorial current system, to understand the covariability of oxygen and velocity, and finally to understand the intermediate and deep circulation that affect the supply of oxygen to the Bay of Bengal. Next slide, please. Sorry? This is taking place in the next April, May of 2024. So this has been in the working for a long time. And COVID came. This is from Japan. This is cruise on Hakuho Maru. So this cruise, there was one cruise in September 2022. So there's another one in February, March 2023. So this did some servicing of the Rama buoys, 1 at 5 south and 95 east. The Rama buoy was replaced. Then the Rama buoy at 8 south and 95 east was recovered. And the ADCP buoy at the equator on 90 east was also recovered. So the slide also gives you some of the details about the data recovery that is coming from the Rama buoys. Next slide, please. The upcoming cruise, Masumoto-san has already mentioned about this. This is in August, September 2024. There are 2 legs in this cruise. One of them is to look at a piece of the eastern boundary of the Bay of Bengal, that is upwelling of the Indian Ocean coast. That would be covered in the leg 1. So that cruise would collect fairly fine resolution data that you see in this slide here. So all these points where we have red, we would have all the physical and biogeochemical measurement. The plan is to start sailing from here and all the way down to about 15 south, and then come back and then complete this rectangle with one section in between. So wherever you have this gray shading, you would have CTD, water sampling, and light and turbulent measurements. So other highlight of this cruise is that the cruise would also have an underway UCTD. So we are likely to get very high resolution temperature salinity data along these sections that we are going to look at. The cruise then would return to the port, and then the other section along 90 east would be covered from all the way in this leg 2, from nearly from 40 degrees south all the way to the equator. So that would have physical measurements at all the stations, and in addition, both physical and biogeochemical measurements at all those black squares. So the period is August, September 2024, Saman Monsoon. Masumoto-san is a PI. Scientific targets are structures of the coastal upwelling of Java. Yesterday we saw that how interesting that vertical structure of the upwelling is. Its relation to physical processes in the upwelling region with the biogeochemical variables and ecosystem conditions. The main objective of the section along 90 is to map the biogeography and to examine the physical conditions and anthropogenic input on the marine geochemistry. Next slide, please. So let me show you some very selected highlights of the interesting things happening that is relevant to the P2. So one piece of the boundary which has been very little studied is the one starting from the northern edge of the Bay of Bengal on the eastern side down to Indonesia. So there is not much data there is, which is being reported. So there is one Omni data point which is deployed by the National Institute of Ocean Technology as a part of the National Data Buoy Program. So there's an earlier paper from INCOIS which had looked at the intraseason variability of the sea surface temperature. So one of our students looked at the variabilities happening in the Thermocline region because the internal waves that's generated in the Andaman Sea has a lot of implications for the mixing. So what she found is that there are certain differences between the intraseason variations that is happening in the Thermocline region when you compare that with that is happening on the surface. So the band or which that variability is happening is a little broader in the Thermocline region compared to that surface. So there is also another buoy there which has also reported similar results. So interestingly, if you use a model, that model can reproduce these features to a reasonable accuracy, as you see from the comparison between the model and observations, which is quite encouraging result. Next one. So in a related study, Srikanth had done a thesis on looking at the river plumes in the Bengal. So he looked at what happens to the Iravati river plume after it discharges into the Andaman Sea. So the physics of this is kind of well known, which is applied to several river plumes over the world. So this result shows that the discharge from the Iravati river flows as a freshwater jet, and that jet accumulates a whole lot of freshwater on the eastern boundary of the Andaman Sea. And the dynamics is not very complicated. So if you look at the terms of the equation, it looks like that the balance is pretty strong between the Coriolis and the big friction term. So this is based on a 1/10 resolution reasoning motion modeling system. Next slide, please. So the Bobby cruise was done jointly with Indian victims in UK, and this was done in 2016. So we got a fairly good data set as a part of that cruise, and the analysis is still continuing. So this is the new result from the analysis of the microstructure data. So one interesting feature of that region is that there is a high salinity core, which is originating from the Arabian Sea. And in the studies, we have looked at how the fluxes of salt happen between the high salinity core and the ambient water in the Bay of Bengal, which is very less in salinity. So because of the high salinity sitting in the intermediate level, so it transfers salt in a turbulent process, both at the top and the bottom. Now, there are some differences between the top and bottom because this layer is, these two layers, the temperature and salinity combinations are such that it is favorable for double diffusive of mixing. So the salt fingering and mixing process are stronger at the bottom, and that hasn't happened at the top. So the transfer of salt by turbulent processes happens at much higher level at the base of the high salinity core compared to that at the top. Next slide, please. So there is some other very interesting results from this region, particularly related to the iteration through flow, and also about the marine heat field. So this one is on the iteration through flow. So yesterday, Iskandar showed us very interesting presentation on how the variability of the iteration through flow is happening, and how it is related really for freshwater fluxes in the iteration seas. So this is another interesting paper on that, which shows that so this black curve is the iteration through flow, and the red and blue are its contribution from atmospheric and atmospheric contributions. So this study also shows that the transport of the westward transport of the iteration through flow has been increasing from 1955 to 2015, and that strengthening is attributed to the intensified precipitation that is happening over the iteration region. So the paper looks at this local rainfall and puts it in perspective with the large-scale forcing of the iteration through flow, and propose that the pressure difference is happening owing to this intensified precipitation has a key role to play the increase of iteration through flow as a function of time. Next one, please. So marine heat wave is an interesting topic, and this study by Shang et al. The slide was given by Ming Feng, another member of our science team. So this one looks at the vertical structure of the marine heat wave. So it's quite informative to see that there is quite a bit of vertical structure that you can see of the heat waves when we look at the surface and subsurface features. So here you have a shallow marine heat wave with not much signatures. So on the right hand, it's all warming. On the left side, it's all cooling. So all the heat waves are on the right hand side. So there is not much vertical structure. And then there is a subsurface reverse heat waves. So it's good to see both of these pictures together. So for the location of each of those patterns are here. So there is not much shallow marine heat wave, but you see a lot of subsurface reverse one, mostly in the Pacific and part of the Atlantic Ocean, and very few in the Indian Ocean. But when we look at the subsurface intensified, where the subsurface magnitudes are larger, you see that they are quite prevalent on the western side of the Indian Ocean and the El Nino impacted regions of the Pacific. And finally, there is also deep marine heat wave, where the heat is kind of decreasing towards the depth, but that's not much in the tropical part of the Indian Ocean. Next slide, please. So here's another one where they have looked at the processes that is kind of controlling the interannual variations of the marine heat wave in the western Indian Ocean. So this is the magnitude, and this is the period. So this is a long period data from 1993 all the way up to 2020. So they have looked at how the interannual events such as the El Nino and Indian Ocean dipole is affecting these marine heat waves. So one prominent result from this paper is that the Ross periods do have an impact on making these unusually strong heat waves, which happens mostly related to the Indian Ocean dipole events. So this was already discussed by Matsumoto-san yesterday, so I won't go into the details. So this is looking at the biology chemistry of the Indian Ocean, and particularly the observations on the ion distribution. So I was really impressed by the large variability of ion concentration that you see in different parts of the Indian Ocean. So I don't think we really understand all the processes that lead to such distributions of iron in the ocean, which could be a potentially limiting factor for the next one. Now, this is an interesting paper because most of the studies we had was using observations at modeling. So this is a theoretical study. So this one looked at the dispersion diagrams of the linear damped waves of the equatorial beta plane. So I happened to meet Shankar of mine a few weeks back. So when I asked him, hasn't this been already done? And he said, no, it has not been done for the damped cases. It has been done only for the undamped cases. So Amol and Shankar looked at it. And these propagations of Rossby and Kelvin waves are very crucial for understanding the dynamics of the North Indian Ocean, where you have these Kelvin wave propagating along the equator and along the coastal waveguide, and then we drive Rossby waves. So a good part of the Northern Ocean circulation, particularly its seasonal cycle and intraseasonal variability, can be explained by these propagated waves. And linear models have made a good contribution in developing that theoretical framework. So they have expanded it, and they looked at the impact of both Rayleigh friction and Laplacian friction. So I think this is also significant in terms of very high resolution development, where we are kind of hitting a limit between the numerical mixing and the other mixing parameters. So most significantly, the model shows this paper shows that the Laplacian friction is efficient at eliminating short wavelength Rossby waves, whereas Rayleigh friction is more effective at dissipating long wavelength Rossby waves. So the paper also shows the dispersion diagrams for all these cases and sensitivity to all these mixing parameters. So that's all I have now.
Thank you, Dean. That was like right on the money in terms of time. Are there any, I guess you can take questions, if there are any at this point, for any from the popular questions about it.
Yes, Vinay, thank you very much. It's very nice talk. I'm just curious about the the thermocline changes, the intransitional. Is it related to the Kelvin wave or no?
The adamantine?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a combination of both the local reinforcing and the rock we radiated from the eastern boundary. Yes, it's a combination.
But how about the Kelvin wave from the tropical and then become, propagate along the boundary?
Yeah, a part of the Kelvin wave propagates along the coast of Sumatra and then enters into the Andaman Sea, and then they go out to the Bay of Bengal. And as they propagate northward, they will radiate across the Pacific.
Yeah.
Very wonderful presentation. I'm quite interested in those marine images. I'll be continuing on that, the marine images. I think it would be great if we can at some point have targeted observations for these marine heat waves, because like you showed, there are like shallow heat waves, deep heat waves, and the interactions are quite different. So I'm hopeful that you have led many observational programs, so great to have some target.
Yeah, we do have observations as a part of the resolution observing network. We have other nodes, we have Rama buoys, and of course, we also have a lot of satellite data, ship cruises. Now, if you want to have a very specific observation, that we should develop a plan.
Yeah, like I most I've seen them doing gliders targeted at my.
Yeah, so we have two planners which I showed yesterday, one So they are doing the regular monitoring over a fairly long section. So over a period of time, we should be able to get these out.
Just to add to it, like, our plan period is aimed to get over in 2026. Now we are actually starting to do a proposal for process specific observations. So probably if you have anything specific, study some processes, we can make a proposal and we can include it in our observation. Yeah, but it has to be started now.
That's also really exciting, actually. I'm going to move on at this point, and since we don't have, thank you again, since we don't have a presentation for the three, I will invite the board report from Helen Phillips in person. Thank you, Helen.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to send good wishes from Amit. He couldn't come, but he has provided some updates that I'll share with you. And many in the team have also sent updates. So just to start with, this is who is on the Thing 4 committee. And I've recently contacted everyone to see whether they're keen to continue. And I heard from everyone but 3. And for those people, I'll follow up and just see whether they are ready to rotate off. And we'll look at renewing the membership. So the big achievement for this year is the publication or near publication of the Indian Ocean book. And many in our theme and across the other themes have contributed to those 20 chapters. I was glad to see Vinay's slide on the synthesis paper, and I made the mistake of thinking, oh, that was last year's achievement. But actually keeping track of the impact of those papers is a really good thing to do. So I quickly looked it up, and it's already received 49 citations and many thousands of views and downloads. So now I'll just briefly go through some updates on the endorsed projects. And this is one led by Viviane Menezes, and this voyage was recently completed, and Victoria Pauls was on the voyage, and I believe will give us an update on that. So I won't dwell there, but this project, EP50, in the Deep Madagascar Basin, had an additional project, EP34, that was on the same voyage, but looking at slightly different questions and trying to understand this pathway of the East Madagascar current and then what happens to it once it reaches southern Madagascar. So I believe there are new observations from RAFOS and RAFOS floats and drifters to explore that question, also led by Viviane. And so we had, there's already been quite a bit said about the kiosk program, and there'll be a workshop on Friday. And so I should say the kudos program. And yes, so I won't talk more about that, but it's a very exciting initiative that's happening right now. Before I forget, I thought it might be useful to say that in the Science Theme 1 presentation, it was highlighted that some of the projects hadn't responded. And I think it's important to just make sure that we don't label projects inactive, because a couple of them, one was kudos, and they're very active, but perhaps not communicating to Theme 1. And another one was the Go Ship Lines, which I think is a big global program and perhaps doesn't quite fit in the IAOE2 endorsed project category, but maybe there's another way to express the importance of that activity to IAOE. Okay. So another big initiative that's going on at the moment is ECAMSAT, and unfortunately the presentation didn't come through very well this morning, and I believe that that project is going up for endorsement now and will soon be in the list. I've got that right. This update is from Amit. He's actually sent through 8 slides, so I won't go through them all, but when the slide decks are distributed, if you have an interest, you can go and look through the details. But the important thing is the timeline that's shown on the bottom. So the pilot voyage happened in the middle of last year and was incredibly successful. It happened at the time that cyclone Bipanjoy was in the area, so that led to quite a bit of dynamic response from the survey planning. But it led to beautiful observations. And then they have 2 more voyages happening mid-2024 and 2025. So stay tuned for some really exciting results. And there's the Happy Science team. And so I'm just going to very quickly skip through all of Amit's update and invite you to read those after the meeting. Some lovely pictures of the cyclone, and actually some really interesting time series in the top. It's wind stress, then sea surface temperature and the air temperature and surface fluxes. So quite a huge signal to investigate. And that's the cruise track of the pilot sampling with lots of different instruments targeting all scales from large to micro scale. And some surface forcing information. All right, and a summary from Amit on the position of the ECAMSAT project at the moment. So this is some of the kudos results starting to come through now. A paper published just recently looking at the bias in the depth of the thermocline in the Seychelles Chagos thermocline region, rich region, in CMIX-6 models. So the highlight here, this is showing the depth of the 20-degree isotherm from 0 to 140 meters. And observations are highlighted here, showing that most of the CMIP models actually project a much deeper thermocline depth. And that's related to a problem with the winds in the model runs. And so the Ekman pumping is, let me get the sign right. So the Ekman upwelling is too weak, caused by an easterly wind bias in the equatorial ocean. And so, yeah, there's some really interesting caveats on what the models can tell us. This is some work underway by my PhD student. It actually grew out of a short project from the 110 East voyage that Dennis talked about this morning. And so the map here shows the surface eastward geostrophic current, highlighting where there are some eastward flows and westward flows. Here's the 110 East line, and we were able to conduct some rapid underway sampling after we finished the line to look at the pathway of the eastern gyral current as it flows towards the Lewin current. And we highlighted here some sea surface height contours where you can see that there's some continuity all the way down into the Lewin current. And with the observations we were able to take of the upper 300 meters, there's some very interesting structures in salinity, nitrate, and dissolved oxygen. And these support a hypothesis that the eastern gyral current advects in a low dissolved oxygen, high nitrate layer that supports an annual bloom of phytoplankton in the Lewin current. So that bloom's been documented for a very long time, but the source of the nitrate has not been understood. And so we're proposing that the eastern gyral current actually brings these low dissolved oxygen, high nitrate layers. And these are the profiles from three of the three transects that we did. So that's in preparation. And some other work related to the 110 East line is an analysis of change in the properties that were measured along 110 East in our voyage in 2019 and in the IO1 voyage in 2016. And there's some clear indication of coherent change in different water mass layers. So subantarctic mode water, Antarctic intermediate water, and high salinity subtropical water. But that's early preliminary results, and that's will be updated. Sorry, that one meant to be deleted. So now just a few updates from contributors who don't have endorsed projects but are doing really exciting work related to the theme in the Indian Ocean. This is one from Raghu Mutagudi, and showing a very interesting mechanism for increasing the rainfall over Pakistan in recent times. And so they propose that this is the climatological view on the left, with a low-level jet that supplies moisture to the continent. And then they find that there's the heating over the Middle East has caused the sea level pressure gradient to increase, shifting the jet northward and delivering that moisture-laden, delivering that moisture to Pakistan to fuel that increased summer rainfall. And they estimate 46% of that increased rain is due to this warming over the Middle East. A nice thing that came out of that work, and something that Raghu does very well, is to follow the publication of the science article with a more plain language, hard-hitting in some cases, follow-up in a broader, across a broader readership. And so I think that's something that we can learn from, and perhaps I aim to do that more with my work, to try to spread the knowledge of what we're finding more broadly. This work was shared with me by Rio, and the circulation around Australia has the Lewin Current current southward. There's often an extension of the Lewin Current south of Australia and to Tasmania, but they actually find that there's a coastally trapped wave signal that extends from this northwest Cape region all the way up to northern Queensland. And the plot in the middle, the x-axis is the along track distance shown here, and the colour is the depth of a density surface that corresponds to around 1,000 metres. And they find that wind forcing in the western north of Australia are driving those signals. So that's really important for coastal conditions. And so another exciting article from the Boohoo Sprint group with additional authors is this one, also looking at the effect of salinity on the Indonesian through flow, but this time looking at the seasonal variability in the Makassar Strait. And so they find that variations in the sea surface height gradient that's driving this through flow are actually contributed by the variations in salinity. So highlighting that salinity is a crucial part of the story of the Indonesian through flow. And this is a good slide to illustrate that conclusion. So it's demonstrating that if we look at the seasonal cycle of the height difference, so the north-south height difference along the Makassar Strait, then the total measured dynamic topography from satellite is this black line, and the dynamic height from temperature and salinity combined is the grey line, and they overlap beautifully. If you only look at variability in temperature and use an average salinity field, then you only account for this height change shown in red. And so the blue line is then using the full seasonal cycle of salinity and an average temperature, which gets you very close to the full height difference. And Motoki sent me this update looking at mixed philosophy gravity waves in the equatorial Indian Ocean. And so they've highlighted two periods for these waves that have different vertical distribution of energy and other characteristics. And there's strong interest in these waves because they're important for generating residual heating and upwelling along the equator, and also possibly contributing to abyssal mixing. Talk to Mike about that in the break. And now moving to the Agulhas. So Juliet provided this update of some new work monitoring or measuring the Agulhas and related area. And so 3 to 4 month surveys will be happening, doing a range of sampling with different floats and drifters and possibly gliders. And I think this is a contribution to the greater Agulhas current pilot region, which has much broader objectives, looking at boundary currents, marine heat waves, tropical cyclones, and the impact of all of those on marine life. And feel free to talk to Juliet afterwards for some greater insight into that project. One of the really concerning things is maintaining the density of Argo floats in the Indian Ocean. And this summary here from Tamarin Morris highlights that there are some regions where the array is starting to age. So red here indicates danger. This is the likelihood that floats will survive 1 year, and that red is 0. So where it's green, those floats have a lot of life left and the array is in good shape. But in this region, close to Africa and parts of the Southern Ocean, and also the Indonesian seas are not looking very, very good. So we need to keep promoting the value of Argo to IIOE2 and maintain that demand for Argo to continue. Having mentioned the Indonesian through flow, this is a project that is underway in Australia at the moment, and this work shown here comes from a PhD student in Hobart, co-supervised by Max Nicarashian, Benny Molyneux and Bernadette Sloyan, and using an MIT GCM to look at the circulation and air-sea interaction through the Indonesian seas. So this shows the depth of the ocean, sea surface temperatures, and vertical velocity. So this model is capable of doing really, really clear ocean bottom interactions, generating internal tides and mixing related to those very nice bands of high vertical velocity. And so this is a work in progress, but an earlier paper there that doesn't include tides is shown in the bottom. And that modelling work is part of an observational campaign that we have in collaboration with the larger MINTI program. So MINTI is measurements and modelling of the Indonesian through flow, and it's a US, Indonesia, China, and Australia collaboration for 4 years. And you can see that we're already at the end of that time period, but we haven't really even started. We had many delays due to COVID and security clearance, but there's a lot of optimism now with the new implementation agreement being worked out with BRIN. So we're looking forward to moving that project on. So the mooring and profiling float deployment is thought to be going to happen in 2024. And the Australian side has these 6 profiling floats ready to go into the water. There are 4 EMA pairs that measure velocity as well as temperature and salinity, and 2 Argo floats with microstructure to go in the band of sea. Already some US floats have gone in. They went in early in the project, and they're still reporting. And I believe there are some Indonesian I'm not sure if they're students or postdocs working on those data. Okay, so just to summarise now, fieldwork is happening again after COVID delays. We have new partnerships being developed, for example, the BRIN partnership, and existing ones are continuing and strengthening. There's a lot going on in terms of observations of models and in terms of analysis of observations and model simulations. And a great deal of work's gone into consolidating our understanding of the Indian Ocean circulation variability and change. So the synthesis papers, the deep sea research special issue, and now section of the Indian Ocean. Many of the updates I've presented are not from endorsed projects, and you might ask why. I think some of the reason is that many of the projects are student projects, so they're unfunded. It's only the time of the CI and the student that lead to progress on that topic. And perhaps also by established researchers, it's curiosity-led work. So continuing a series of inquiry into specific phenomena in the Indian Ocean, which might not fit well as an endorsed project because the outcomes are not clearly known and the timeline is not clearly known. But there are big ones that could be encouraged to endorse, and good to see CAMSAT being one of those, and perhaps to the Minty partners to see whether they would become an endorsed project of IAO2. So a bit of outlook. We've been a little bit quiet in terms of communication within the committee, and I think a lot of that has been because of the effort involved in creating those synthesis papers and the book and the deep sea research articles. So with those big efforts behind us, I think it's now time to open up to new members and ideas and reinvigorate the committee through more regular contact. So that's on my list of things to do. And we'd like to bring in new energy through the early career scientists who are working in this area, and very excited to see the presentation about the Early Career Science Network. I think we can consider sharing our work more broadly. I know many people work very hard to translate the research that they do into plain language, accessible information for the general public, but it still, to me, feels like we're going too slow. This is the decade for dramatic reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, and I feel like we haven't really got underway, and we have all this incredible information that's possibly incredibly disheartening, all the changes going on, but we have to facilitate the penetration of that understanding into the general population to really have this turnaround in what we need to do to address rapid climate change. So perhaps we could encourage a short general audience article with every paper that's published from the projects to be published in general audience destinations to be determined. I wonder if using Twitter or now X or other platforms could be an option for IAOE to put out highlights of each of the research papers as they come out. And it was great to see that's part of the early career networks activities, and perhaps we can learn from them. I loved Roxy's presentation from his wife's embroidery. I felt that was really impactful, showing the gorgeous coral that we should be able to continue to see, and the reality of the bleached corals that we'll see more of. There's a whole world of expertise out there in terms of communications and marketing. So we're really busy. We have a lot on our plates and we can't do everything, but maybe we can partner cleverly with people who know how to get messages out and communicate with people in ways that don't cause them to shut down and think it's all too hard. So potentially internships for students of communication and marketing to work with IAOE2 researchers, and reciprocally communication training for researchers could be something that IAOE2 facilitates. So the question is, how can we help the IAOE2 community to amplify results and motivate rapid reduction in greenhouse gas emissions? And that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. I'll take, was that a question? Oh, that, back there.
Yeah, thank you, Helen. As always, it's very energizing. Yeah, very energizing, and thank you very much. Your comment about projects that, and this links to your last couple of comments about see and the usefulness of the information for societal benefit. So your comments about some of your projects, albeit not endorsed, still relevant. I can't see any of those that don't fit in with the science plan, to be honest, you know. So I wonder, as team leader, and I think I can speak on behalf of Raleigh and from science and research working group point of view. I'm sure they would agree with this, that, you know, maybe you can really tackle those principal investigators, just do the 10 minutes of work that it might take to fill in the 2 pages of endorsement and seek endorsement, because I don't think there's costs. Most of the things asked in those endorsement papers, I think that the PIs do anyway in terms of metadata and you know, data release after a certain amount of time. So and that would then those projects into visibility on the website and help them become advocates for some of the societal issues. So just the thought, you know, edge them on, you know.
You're totally right, Nick, and that's something that Amit and I need to do. I think to this point, we've just been grateful for the input and not wanted to follow up with a task, a further task for people, but I agree that it's not a lot to ask, and we'll put that on our list of jobs to go out to all of those people and see if we can get some more projects endorsed.
Any more questions? Yeah, very nice thought. I try to ask you any to promote the ocean. Creating not yet only. Even higher. So, do you think can we, you know, propose some task force regarding high result over the Indian Ocean or even Atlantic waters? I think there is lots of Australia. Yeah, Tentang, yeah, already. And then also for the group, usually we call BRIN. It still have updated information for BRIN.
Yes, so BRIN is an Australian CSIRO product, blue link reanalysis, that is a data assimilating 10th degree model that's used for operational oceanography for the Navy, but it's also available for research tools, although I think there might be some delay in its availability for research beyond the contract to the Navy. But there are other reanalyses too, so I think that perhaps, yes, an ensemble approach of looking at reanalysis might be good rather than just BRIN, but I'm sure that wasn't your suggestion. But I believe there is a lot of modelling work going on in the Indian Ocean. It's probably not high resolution unless it's targeted at a specific location like the Indonesian through flow. But the limitation of my presentation is that I don't know everybody in the world who's doing work that's relevant to IAOE2, and even if I did, perhaps I wouldn't hear from them. So there is a caveat on what I present, that it's a selection what's actually happening. And as well as Indian Ocean specific modelling, a lot of it's done in the context of global simulations and analysis of that. And so I feel like there's a lot out there. But what you suggest in terms of highlighting particular problems that could be addressed with models, whether they're high resolution or future runs, all sorts of things, would be a really interesting thing for IAO to propose to the community. And I think you might even extend that to other things, like could we be brokers between researchers who have the tools to investigate questions and communities and governments who have really wicked problems that they have to deal with, but don't have the tools, and consequently, you know, their actions might be not as effective as if they were well informed by us. More work for IAO too. I hope that answers your question.
Thanks. I will move on swiftly then, and I'll call on the next speaker to address theme 5 of the proxy in person.
In person. That's yeah. First of all, thank you very much to the IOA2 group for taking me to the family. I've been working on the Indian Ocean for quite long, but it's only recently that I got in on Science Theme 5 with Charida Vidyarthi, unfortunately he couldn't come here. So today I will be, I haven't deep much into the, all the projects which falls under this umbrella, but I have a lot of science and important information on the impacts of this science theme, which are relevant, just like what Ellen was talking about just a few minutes ago. Because it's important if you want to have those research funding for your programs, or if you want to attend to or address those issues that the Ocean region is facing, we need to understand these extreme events much more closely. So today I'll be addressing Science Theme 5 on extreme events and their impacts on ecosystems and human populations. And both Vinay and Ellen perfectly brought in two of the extreme weather events, extreme events that I was talking about, marine heat waves and tropical cyclones. For example, a tropical cyclone, like what she talked about, Bibarjoy or Cyclone Alpine or Freddy, which traveled from one end of Australia, one end of the Indian Ocean to the other end of the Indian Ocean. So these cyclones can cost somewhere between $3 billion US to $10 billion US. Just the direct damage it brings, other than the lives and livelihoods. It's important to understand this and the science behind it. So this is the Indian Ocean region. We have many extreme weather events all over this region. For example, the rainfall-related floods, droughts, famines, locust swarms, wildfires, cyclones, and cyclonic storm surges across the Indian Ocean, North Indian Ocean, Mozambique region, Australian region. We have heat waves over land, terrestrial heat waves, marine heat waves getting to further breaching and affecting fish mortality as well. Declining marine phytoplankton due to changes in stratification. Many of these are running at extremes. Sea level rise, extreme sea level rise over some regions, northern Bay of Bengal, eastern Indian Ocean. And all these changes in the Indian Ocean region affect the other realms over the other regions as well. So we will focus on some of these extremes, science behind it, and the observations we need, or the observations we have, and observations we need for Now, if you look at the Indian Ocean, This is a picture of the sea surface temperatures for from 1950s onwards. Some of the numbers will be striking if compared to the global ocean temperature warming, surface temperature warming. It goes up to 1.2, 1.3, 1.4 degrees Celsius within just this short period. And the IPCC 6th assessment report clearly has a line. Indian Ocean is one of the fastest warming tropical basin, along with other Western Baltic currents. This change, what we see, the observed change that we see here, gets flattened if we look at the projected future changes under high emission scenarios, particularly. That's what you see here. So this is the observed change, which is around 1.2 degrees Celsius per century. But if you project into the future, it goes up to 3.8 degrees Celsius per century, the high emission scenarios. Now, this is all these results come in the future projection charter that in the Indian Ocean, the book that Raleigh and Caroline Hopper is bringing out in this month. One of the issues with this high intense warming is that it changes the circulation, changes the dynamics in the region. For example, this was a figure that was shown yesterday. The Western Indian Ocean warming. The red line shows the Western Indian Ocean warming, and the blue shows the rest of the Indian Ocean or the Wampool region. So this is the Western Indian Ocean, generally cool temperatures, right? Below the convective threshold. But a lot of warming happened over there over the period. The temperatures reached to that convective threshold, where at 27, 28 degrees Celsius, supports enhanced convection, changes circulation. For example, this is a snapshot on one day, a single day, on 5th December 2019. You can see 5 tropical systems, out of which 3 or 4 developed tropical cyclones. So the impact was huge. And this was, along with the ocean warming, this coincided with the Indian Ocean dipole condition and favorable energy of matter during ocean. So multiple factors working together along with ocean warming can create a scenario which can change the extreme conditions over that region. So you have 2019, 2020, around that period, there were a lot of rains and storms over that region, rain all over East Africa, the desert kind of green vegetation, locusts started spreading out. It started spreading out from here to Arabian Peninsula to the Iranian region to India. In the Himalayas, we saw locusts. So there were reports from media that video showing locusts in the Himalayan region. So a far-reaching impact of some ocean region warming somewhere far southwest in the Indian Ocean, reaching up to the Himalayas and then further south over here. So that's just one story on how this extreme ocean warming affects the food security, just like the water security of the Indian Ocean region. Now, coming to that favorite part of marine heat wave, here I have noted down some of the species and all, but generally, we think about polar waters in the past, but extreme warm temperatures in the present and in the future. Yeah, that is what is presented here. And I'm going to explain that a bit more, the marine part. So technically, marine heat waves are periods when it exceeds 90th percentile. This is one marine heat wave that occurred during April-May 2020. Yeah, average temperatures should be this blue line during this season, 28 to 29 degrees Celsius. But you don't see temperatures below that. Generally, it's like 1 to 2 degrees Celsius above. So this black line is what you got from observations. But mind you, this is from satellite observations, okay? So you see that goes up to 2 to 3 degrees Celsius above the average temperature. So all these red colors above the 90th percentile is a marine heat wave. So it spans for almost a month. Yeah. And this is a spatial distribution. So sea surface temperature mean conditions, it should be around 27, 28, 30 degrees Celsius or maximum 31. Here you see all with red colors going up to 30, 31, 30 to 33 degrees Celsius. Yeah. So that is a marine heat wave, one typical marine heat wave going up to between 31 and 32. And if you don't want to stop at that, this is from the buoy observations from only the observations from buoys and islands. Look at the temperature values for the same marine heat wave that I showed over there. You can see the temperatures straddling between, so this is April, May, between 32, 33, 34, reaching up to 34. In my opinion, this is the highest temperatures for the open seas that I have seen. Yeah, it could be a record. And which also means we need better in situ observations. We need to track these marine heat waves in a closer way. Otherwise, we don't see these high temperatures. Satellites do not measure these high temperatures with this accuracy at those particular locations, which is why we need some targeted observations of those marine waves out of the basin seas. Now, connecting what Ines said and said, many of these marine heat waves coincide with cyclones. So I have superimposed overlaid a cyclone Amphan, one of the destructive cyclones that we have seen in the recent period. Many of these cyclones derive their moisture and source of the warm waters. So recent studies we can show that we have warmer water, the cyclones will destroy what we call rapid precipitation. Then start from the category 1 to category 3 or category 3 to category 5 cyclone in less than 24 hours. Yeah. So you go to sleep thinking it's the category 2 or big cyclone. Yeah. But when you look at your good spot, you just develop to category 5 cyclone from 100 to 200 to 250 kilometers per hour speed. That has happened. The second half of second time. Many of the cyclones in Arabian Sea and the Gara samples for this cyclones. We see that about 90% of the cyclones are considered by marine fisheries. So we want to begin to forecast this rapid precipitation. Many of the rapid precipitation has not been forecasted very well. Now the scientific forecast has improved. So we can forecast the map of the cyclones, but the rapid precipitation has not gone out very well. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I thought I was loud. Oh, you can't hear over there. Perfect. Now, this is a composite of what happens for those cyclones, within those cyclones, the updraft that happens within those cyclones, which are preceded by marine influence. In the earlier period, 1982, the earlier 20 years and recent 20 years. So you see, with the stronger marine heat waves, you have stronger updraft of these cyclones for the entire atmospheric column. And that changes the dynamics over there as well. Now, this is the same composite of the cyclones. So I have picked up all the cyclones for that region. This is for the Bay of Bengal region. You see that updraft happening for the recent period. So this is the Bay of Bengal. Now you see what happens with that. So there is a compensating outflow from that cyclone region. Strong updraft, outflow, and there is a subsidence. This is a dry heat subsidence. Yeah. So when air subsides, dry air subsides due to adiabatic compression, there is heating of the surface layer of the atmosphere. And that is what happens here. Where does it subside? So suppose you have a cyclone over the Bay of Bengal region, very intense cyclone. Again, these are composites of the vertical velocity. The blue is vertical velocity. So there is updraft, a downdraft over the Indo-Pak region and the Arabian Peninsula, which increases the heat over this region. Now, this is already a heat low region where the heat is again increased, particularly over this region, which are suffering from heat waves most of the times. You would see a similar subsidence over the Indonesian region also, which would be good to explore, right? So this outflow and updraft coincided with the subsidence over there. And this spatial distribution connects well with the heating over the region, which I show in the next. These are the composites of the same. When you have the cyclones and subsidence, then up to 3 degrees Celsius, heat stress anomalies over that area. See that much? There are some locals here, but in the Park region and Arabian Peninsula, strong heat anomalies. And this means submarine heat wave with the Arabian Gulf, enhanced cyclone, so oceanic extreme weather event, atmospheric weather event, and then a terrestrial extreme over far Northwest Asian region. Now, we need, I was talking about having more better observations. So one of the observations that has tracked or coincidentally coincided with the cyclone Debbie. So this is from the Australian coast, for example. We need more observations. I didn't get particularly one on the west coast, but this is, for example, this is with the cyclone. Cyclone Debbie during March 2017, which was one of the first cyclone in Australian history. So there are these gliders, targeted gliders, targeting marine vehicles, which are able to take a vertical profile up to at least 100-meter depth of temperature, salinity, dissolved oxygen, and chlorophyll, so that we can understand the ocean interaction and also atmospheric interactions during when a marine wave occurs preceding a cyclone. So this is one example from the IMOS glider observations, which are quite important. We need much more coordinated observations like that. This is from the Kudos Kiosk observations, which was published in Punetal. They also show marine heat waves intensifying cyclones. Now, East China Sea is a generally cool ocean where it won't get cyclones like that. Generally, temperatures like the Western Arabian Sea, which are cooler, 27 degrees Celsius and all. But you see, what was that? This is temperature. Yeah, so here you see temperatures reaching up to 30 degrees Celsius, which is like a marine heat wave, intensifying that cyclone which went through the Korean Peninsula. The East China Sea. And after the cyclone, you see a dip in the temperature as well. So we need these kind of observations, more observations, coordinated observations, so that we can have targeted services which addresses the food, water, and energy security over the world. We need both in situ, sustained observations and ship-based observations, as you saw in the previous talks. That's it, and we need strong regional cooperation for that. Thank you. Yeah. That'll be great. Thank you.
Okay, you had me after breakfast, now you got me before lunch. And I'll try not to take too long if I get my presentation. Okay, so I inherited, this is much easier on right hand. So I inherited this theme in November. There was discussion at the meeting in Perth. I never heard anything else until November when it was clarified that I was the theme leader together with Marie, who's just gone out the door. I'd like to thank her for her contributions and her suggestions towards this talk. So theme 6 is unique geological, physical, biogeochemical, and ecological features of the Indian Ocean. Now, we've heard quite a lot up to now about the physical and biogeochemical. The geology has been sort of missing a bit, but you all know this picture of the 3 ridges where they join at the triple junction. And some of you may know about the coelacanth, a living fossil, as they say. There's actually a specific research project in South Africa called the African Coelacanth Ecosystem Program or Project. And because I come from there originally, I'm sort of using that as an example of something unique in the biodiversity of the Indian Ocean. And it's so unique that countries make stamp sets about it. This was the 50th anniversary of the coelacanth being discovered. This is Marjorie Courtney Latimer, very enterprising young biologist who found this creature in 1938, and Dale B. Smith, who identified it. Comores also found coelacanths. They made a stamp. Madagascar made a stamp. And the coelacanths are mainly in the Western Indian Ocean. But for our Indonesian friends, there is ikan raja laut, which is a Latimeria mendoensis, and they also have a stamp. This was discovered in 1997 in Eastern Indonesia. Okay, so that's enough stories. Theme 6 is an umbrella theme. It has everything in it. There's very little reporting on this project of progress for the past IOE2 meetings that I've been to, and I've been to all of them. There are 28 IOE2 endorsed projects that indicate that they are making a contribution to theme 6. So you may have to buckle up because I'm going to go through them very quickly. I contacted each principal investigator for information on the 10th of January for information on status, progress, and key results, because I was trying to make an inventory of what have we actually got, what are we dealing with, because otherwise, we can go around in circles. Very low response rate, but we discovered a whole lot of emails were not valid, and Kiran and I have been working a bit on that. I sent a reminder email at the end of the month, elicited a bit more response, and then it got serious with final demands for 2 rounds of emails to chase up the recalcitrant PIs. So I got replies from 25 people. That's fantastic. Thank you all very much. If I did send you a barrage of emails, there's 3 projects missing that we can't track down, 2 Indian projects and 1 Russian project. But Kiran and I are working on it. Okay, so I'm going to whiz through these projects quite quickly. The first project, EPO1, the first scientific cruise under IE2, led by Vinay and our late friend Sacha. This project is finished. The first cruise was conducted in Goa, from Goa on the 4th of the 12th, 2015. The objectives were to understand structure of water masses in the Western Indian Ocean, etc. They did CTD profiles, zooplankton, all these sort of measurements that we take on these sort of cruises. And Vinay has been very kind to provide a whole bunch of publications where the results from this cruise have actually contributed to international publications, often comparing the different basins. And I think that's really a fantastic outcome from this voyage. So we had someone talking about heteropods, those are kind of mollusk things, and then phosphates, iodine chemistry, calcium anomalies, and variability in the concentration of lithium in the Indo-Pacific. So I think, although we don't have specific papers from that, I think it's fantastic to have the Indian Ocean contributing to that. Thanks, Vinay. This one you've heard enough about, the IOE 110 East line. This is completed, but with publications ongoing. Basically, I told you this basic stuff this morning. We studied everything from viruses to whales, and we got the special issue out with 12 papers, and then 7 other papers published, and a whole bunch of others happening. Lots of presentations, posters, theses, and the website, the Inquest IOE2 website, has got a whole story about us. There are good friends, Helen at work. I got them all inside. Helen at work in the CTD lab, Mike sorting plankton, and Raleigh sonicating plankton. Here we are sorting. This was mentioned earlier, BioCat, which is delayed. This is COVID delayed. This is Herman Banger's project, but the project is now underway and they expect to complete it next year. Sorry, 2026. Marie asked me to ask them when do they expect to complete their project, so I added that bit in. So the Zona SO305 going from the 10th of April to the 22nd of May. And Herman's the chief scientist. So that's looking at biogeochemistry atmosphere processes. So I'm sure we'll hear lots about that. I've mentioned this before, but I'm not going to dwell on it. This is a completed project, Cherry Patriarchy, and it was a glider that went to Sri Lanka from Fremantle on a long journey. This is a project from Arvind Singh on dust-simulated nitrogen fixation in the Arabian Sea, the assessment of the HNLC region hypothesis. And this project, he claims it's ongoing because they've done the voyage, but they haven't published anything yet. The publications are in progress. They had a 2017 cruise in the Eastern Arabian Sea to study role of iron on nitrogen fixation and primary productivity. They did all sorts of onboard experiments, added iron, added dust, and they found out that the dust addition did not stimulate primary productivity in the study area. And they concluded that being so close to the dust source, that iron is not limited for primary production and nitrogen fixation. But we have several projects now on this nitrogen fixation in the IE2 fold, so I think this will work. It's more in progress. I contacted Wei Dong Yu. He was officially the project leader for the Eastern Indian Ocean Upwelling Research Initiative. Now, Yukio spoke a bit about this yesterday, but Wei Dong led it in the beginning, and it was planned as a pillar project for IE2. There was a pilot cruise on the Indonesian vessel, Garuda Yai, in 2013, and then cruises in 2018 and 19. The first one was the China-Australia joint research on air-sea interactions during the Madden-Julian Oscillation and the Australian monsoon onset. And they deployed buoys and retrieved stuff about a year later out here. And then there was the China-Indonesia-US transport, Indonesian seas upwelling and mixing physics, the Triumph cruise, and Dewey's going to talk about that tomorrow. Wei Dong informs me that he has dropped out of the IOE2, partly due to COVID constraints, but he's doing other things. And he stated that the IORI is not fully implemented as planned, but we're going with it still. There have been some papers, two here, one big thing that we know well, onset of the Indonesian-Australian summer monsoon, triggered by the first branch eastward propagating Madden-Julian Oscillation. There's also one on tracking air-sea exchange and another one on the onset process. So there's been some work there, and we'll hear more from me tomorrow. Okay, 14, geology and geophysics of the Eastern Indian Ocean, geodynamics, tectonics, and evolution of unique interplate features. This is from Oleg Levchenko from Russia. He did get back to me. He said the status of the project has stopped with the onset of COVID, but in his private capacity, he's working on this at his own initiative. I think it's like a hobby. But some publications and results in Russian journals because of the current difficulties in publishing in international journals. And as a South African, I know about that for a long time ago. We couldn't publish in many journals. And it's an interesting thing to talk about in our science. This project, biogeochemistry of the trace elements and isotopes in the Indian Ocean, a geotraces voyage from Sunil Singh. There were no responses to emails many times, but then suddenly on Tuesday, I got an email saying, yes, I will send you slides, but nothing's happened. So he's alive. EP19, the ghost ship observation of sections of 18N and 17S. This is Katsuro Katsuma from Japan. This is completed. Must have been just before COVID. Steeped in there December 2019 to 20, February 20. He regards the project as completed. They did the normal physical chemical observations, but they did add some prokaryote, chlorophyll and nitrogen cycling data, Argo, deep Argo, and biogeochemistry Argo. The results have been analyzed and some manuscripts have been submitted for publication. All the data is in CDHDO, which I think is University of California, San Diego. And there's some abridged data reports. They are very, very long. He sent them to me, but the abridged ones are here. So that coming out of Colombo and then going into Port Louis and then starting again and going down to Antarctica, basically on a ghost ship voyage. Project 22, Nekton, Indian Ocean Mission, Oliver Steeds. Helena touched on this earlier on. I'm not going to go into all the details. It's going to end this year, but a really good website. And the project dealt with Seychelles, Maldives, and Comores to survey deep reefs. Collected a lot of environmental and benthic community data for species lists, field ID guides, etc. And now they're in a position to start modeling so they can support conservation and management. A couple of papers, in fact, there's 12 peer-reviewed papers from this project already, and lots of material for the public. This one by Swanborn, geomorphological drivers of deeper reef habitats around Seychelles. Another one on trait-based approaches that reveal the deep reef ecosystems in the Western Indian Ocean are functionally distinct. That's quite an interesting concept. And another Swanborn one looking at seamount seascape composition and configuration, shape, Southwest Indian Ocean rich fish assemblages. And I thought these pictures were quite revealing. This is of Seychelles, anchored off Seychelles. This is the submarine traveling around. And these lucky girls from Maldives got to go in it. I've never been in one. I need to go. These ECRs are getting all the fun. Okay, EP23, influence of the Indian Ocean sector of the Southern Ocean dynamics and biogeochemistry on the tropical weather and climate. I think this one actually links to what Roxy was talking about earlier today. Anil Kumar apparently is alive. He contacted Kiran. Okay, so we need to chase that one up, but no response to the emails. This one I've spoken about many times. It's the small project, modeling project on the Arafura Sea, Kemp's project. It's complete and he's published the paper. And interestingly, the model ties in of the nutrients, ties in really well with the work of Rochford in the IIOE 1. The regional research cruises in the Western Indian Ocean. This was the South African venture with Ashley Johnson, and they say it's completed. And I do thank Keshni Pillay for the information. She relayed all the stuff to me. Helena spoke about this in terms of the social issues, human impacts. But to me, it was a big training exercise. It's what explained to me to acquire in essential oceanographic variable data and get some baseline stuff and sample for student projects, 2 voyages in both 17 and 18, and a whole host of student projects. Some of them have generated theses, and there was a very successful regional benthic imagery analysis workshop. And the good thing about that, it's actually generated a paper in the international literature in an amazing journal I've never heard of before, but it's great. Research ideas and outcomes. So I think that one, I have lots of ideas, not so many outcomes. So here's the group, the benthic habitat sampling that they did along the coast of Tanzania. And this is some work on macrozooplankton that Jenny Huggett was involved with a bit off Mozambique. Indian Ocean Oceanographic Expedition of the Hydrographic Office of the Russian Federation, Sergei Trabin. I think he's captain, according to something I saw, but again, no response to emails. This project was covered by Helena. You'll notice many projects cross many themes, but we're asking people to provide the information relevant to the theme. And some people got really confused. They didn't even think that there were more than one theme. So I'm not going to dwell on this one. This has been going for quite a long time. Jim was at some of our pre-IOE2 meetings. So there's the Global Seamounts project, but it's a very interesting development to have Beth Fulton involved from CSRO. She's the author of Atlantis. She's the world guru on Atlantis and also EUE. So I think that could be quite an interesting project. The Kudos project, we've heard a bit about from Mike McFadden. There's a workshop on Friday. Mike sent me these slides about the moorings, female moorings that were put down using the RV Isabu, and the new locations for Rama moorings are to better coordinate Kudos and Kios study in the Seychelles, Chagos, Thermocline region. And there's going to be a Rama /-K study site, which I'm sure we'll hear about on Friday. Mike suggested that I contact DJ Kang, and he sent some really useful stuff to me. Unbelievably prolific. From last year's cruise already, they've got dissolvable lead. The paper on that, they've got paper on particulate organic carbon export fluxes, and DJ himself has got a paper on aged organic carbon, and then one on acoustic characterization of fish and macroplankton on the Seychelles Chagos Thermocline Ridge. Where are we now? 33, exploring the marine biodiversity of the submarine Cape Range Canyon. Nerida Wilson, this is essentially complete. I spoke about this on the Australian contribution. They looked at 2 submarine canyons and looks things like rhodolith beds, coral bommies, sponge gardens, canyons, etc., and abyssal communities. And that was using, the big Sebastian, the ROV, and some publications have come out mainly in the geological space at the moment, but they're working on a lot of the genomics. This one is the one that Yukio mentioned, Hakumaru 2018 voyage. I won't repeat this because Yukio spoke about this, but he claims that all the analysis is going to be finished by next year. So hopefully that happens. Publications in progress. Project 37, we heard from Yukio this morning that was cancelled due to COVID and no alternative plan for this cruise. But he does have this next cruise proposal for August. Is it August, Yukio? August this year. And I presume that will be a new endorsed project because it's different to your original one. Just think about that. Preparations are underway. I found this project really interesting. Eric Achenberg from Germany, he was meant to have a cruise during COVID. And so now it's really relabeled into SO308. It's a new Zonner cruise, and it'll sail from Durban to Fremantle at the end of the year, arriving in Fremantle just in time for Christmas. And it's focusing on trace metal biogeochemistry and chemical oceanography, but it also includes physical and biological oceanography. They want to look at distribution, sources, and sinks of trace metals, trace effluents, and their isotopes, TIs. Never heard of that, but now I know. And really want to look at these effects of these and the interactions on surface ocean productivity, carbon and nitrogen cycles, and some TEIs on micronutrients. And the part that I found really interesting is they're going to investigate supply pathways of TEIs to the SIO from ocean boundaries, including atmosphere, Australian dust. So the voyage is going to come up to the northwest of Australia for the dust. The continents, Southern Africa via the Zambezi River. So they're going up here after they leave Durban to the mouth of the Zambezi River to have a look what's going on there. And then sediments in the continental slopes and ocean crust. So they want to look at TEI transport within water masses and use them as present and paleo circulation. This one's for you, Marie, the only one. Okay, 40, the biodiversity assessment of Australia's Indian Ocean territories. I've spoken about this before. 2 voyages. They've launched the bathymetry in the geoscience and on seabed and the sub-bottom profiler and the CTD data. The zoological specimens, including this very ugly thing, have been dispersed to various Australian museums and most assigned provisional identification. First taxonomic manuscript has been submitted, and they've got 2 big reports done so far. That's Christmas Island and the vicinity around it. This one, we heard Marv Benavides talk so eloquently this morning about her new project, but this is one that is now completed. Dinitrogen fixation in the Indian Ocean, interbasin and seasonal comparison. This one is completed, and what you spoke about this morning in your introduction is essentially what's in my first point here. They had cruises in the Arabian Sea, Bay of Bengal, and the Indian sector of the Southern Ocean. So they had this here, and I presume this picture with a very skew horizon was in the Southern Ocean. And they did nitrogen fixation activity measures and detailed biogeography. So the result shows very highly heterogeneous among the basins, and I'm sure her new project is going to follow on from this quite well. There's several publications, and one rising star from his PhD work, Chaudhuri from India, has got a great paper out in the Limnology and Oceanography Letters. And there's another one on the Bay of Bengal and enigmatic trophic niche. So a really interesting project. This one, Helena spoke about quite a lot. This is a solstice project with Katerina Popova and Mike Roberts. And it was completed last year. A really huge project with incredible ramifications in the Western Indian Ocean and very well funded. And they had 3 case studies: the emerging fishery off the North Kenyan bank, next frontier for food security of coastal populations, and KIMFRI, the Kenya Fisheries Department, was the lead there. The Pemba Channel small pelagics, threats and opportunities of climate change, the Institute of Marine Science in Zanzibar, and then Mike Roberts's PEC project, the ecosystem shifts and fisheries collapse, of the example of the South African chocker squid. That's a little squid fishery. Really interesting paper, and there's a whole special issue on that. Incredible. It goes here right from the physics all the way through to socioeconomics of communities, where the money goes and where it doesn't arrive, what happens. And then there's another special issue of ocean and coastal management, and they produced many solstice publications and about 27 other peer-reviewed papers. So really a great effort, this project. This one by Jasmine, she signs her name Jasmine P, and that's very helpful because I cannot pronounce that. Repercussions of ocean warming on bioluminescent zooplankton of the Indian Ocean. And Helena spoke about this because of the impacts on people, but from a sort of biology viewpoint, enhancing understanding of ecological processes influenced by climate change, focusing on plankton blooms and bioluminescence potential along the east and west coasts of India. You can see many sampling sites, great process diagrams, and they're busy looking at seasonal variations in diversity, distribution, biomass, and abundance of bioluminescence plankton. Quite a few publications, including publications for the general public to inform them about these blooms. See, suddenly goes red or bright at night. What does this mean? So there's a paper on the marine dinoflagellated bioluminescence in the Indian Journal of Marine Science. There's a paper on the ghost jellyfish, which are incredibly abundant in the Bay of Bengal. Another one on the rising swarms of jellyfish and the socioeconomic impact. And then a seasonal oceanographic indicator promotes hitchhiking among plankton in a coastal marine ecosystem. So an interesting project, and I'm sure the people from India appreciate this project. We have huge swarms of them in Australia as well, so I'm reading these with interest. This project 47, I mentioned this one before. This is a new one by Nicole Jones. Status is ongoing, finishing in 2026. They had this field campaign measuring everything possible. And they also they received the products of the SWOT data that demonstrate high spatial variability in sea surface height over this whole field site of northwestern Australia. They used the little vessel Solander, which is the Australian Institute of Marine Science vessel, and analysis underway, and they haven't got any publications yet, but those will be coming, I'm sure. John Keesing's project 48, I'm getting near to 52. John Keesing from Australia, again, I mentioned this one, the Australian thing, towed video camera and trawl nets used from the shallow shelf slope to the abyssal depths, greater than 5,000 meters. So this is Ningaloo Reef, which is a beautiful fringing reef, and then the different shades of color from the shallow water down to the abyss of over 5,000 meters. So John reckons this is going to be over fairly soon. The sampling taxonomic analysis is nearly done, and he's got 2 big cruise reports, and the shark guys that were on board have already published 2 papers on sharks. Nearly end the Monaco Explorations Indian Ocean Expedition. Xavier Prash is the new project leader. It was formerly Gilles Bessereau. Ongoing with analysis and publications. We heard quite a bit about this earlier on. Focused on Aldabra, St. Brandon, and Saya de Maya. They got a stamp as well. They went round like this. People sorted things. On the Elsevier website, it says there's a special publication, special issue going to be devoted to, of deep sea research too, going to be devoted to this, led by Francis Marsack. But I heard from Nick this morning that that's not decided. But they did make a movie, and last night something drifted in. Nick's work on the adalah as part of the Monaco project, and these are his drifters that he released. And I'm sure he can talk to you about that at lunchtime. And we're there, the last one, biogeochemistry of carbon and nitrogen in the Arabian Sea, a contribution to the IE2. Bridget Bogit guy, she's actually still on the ship, or maybe she stepped off yesterday. They're busy with this on the Zona, and this was delayed. First of all, there was COVID, but then it's delayed because of container logistics. I think things couldn't get through the Red Sea. And they're also not allowed to work in the Arabian Sea because of a very tense situation, and they were going to work in the north. So they've had to be on the hop and change the scientific program. So now it's work in the southern Arabian Sea, extending to the south, to the equatorial Indian Ocean. So this is a bit of a change. And, you know, geopolitics are quite an influence on science. And so this, to study the southernmost OMZ, its southward extension and mixing with water masses from the southern Indian Ocean, sediment, water, and plankton sampling at each station. And that's it. My summary, just a couple of comments from having done this inventory. There's a lot of effort to chase up everyone, but I think it's nice to have a sort of baseline now. We know a benchmark where we are in 2024, and if we're going to go forward, probably need to start thinking about collating information before people die, retire, move, etc. Because it's a huge amount of work to chase people around the planet. So 50%, in fact, more than 50% of all IE2 projects contribute to theme 6. The projects are highly variable, from small modular projects like that one in the Arafura Sea, through to these ones like Solstice, Lecton, and the Monaco expedition, massive projects. Several projects complete or in the publication phase. Some voyages delayed through COVID. Some projects are moribund. Several projects are covering the unique biodiversity of seamounts, canyons, ridges, and banks in the Indian Ocean, and that was one of the things mentioned in the scientific plan. The biogeochemistry projects are often being linked with GeoShip or geotraces. The geology projects have been poorly represented. The paleoceanography is nearly non-existent marine. There's still some questions from science plans still unattended, for example, OMZs, but it's going to obviously add to that. The 90-degree East Ridge, I'll put my hand up for that. I've been trying to go there for a long time. I even designed a research project and a proposal. Basin-wide carbon dioxide dynamics, effects of gyres on biogeochemistry, hydrothermal vents, lots of work still to be done. Thank you very much. I'm sorry if I bored you.
Thank you, Lynette. Can I suggest that people pester Lynette over lunch?
You get money to pay for registration. You have to go to the ATM.
Oh, right. So she's going to banish the capture at some point. But thank you, Lynette, very much. Thank you all, speakers. And Nick, a question, a comment.
I just feel compelled to say thank you again. I know you have to Lynette and Helena and you know, the presenters for doing this amazing amount of work and investigative work, forensic work, bring all these listings together. I mean, I sort of reflect, and Roxy, I know it's very difficult for you to go around and do the same thing. It would be great if you would share it, you know, retrospectively, together that listing, like fucking like this, like this. You know, you reflect on the fact that when we established steering committee for the I2 10 years ago, the idea was that anyone who was a principal investigator of an endorsed project, we now see all of them, would come along to meetings and present. And of course, that's unrealistic. That can't happen because we have 50 years. We don't go all week. So it just makes me think that we have to be a really concerted effort to try and get all of these projects presented in person. The major meeting coming up. You probably haven't thought of that.
Yeah, Nick, I really think we have to do that to try and get everyone to come to the 10th year celebration meeting, which I hope will be in India somewhere. And I really think we're going to put in a big effort to get these people to speak, and we may have to think about themes and whatever. It's going to be a big job, but I think that'll be a combination of a lot of work. And I'm fearful that we wait too long, because even now it's like to get some stuff. And if we do wait till 2030, well, lots of us will be dead. So we need to be really aware of that and retired. And it's really important to think of this. Yeah, we talked about legacy in the science plan. Radhi wrote a big section on that. And if we don't collate all this information now, it's not going to be, it's going to be a big thing to put it together at the end. Right?
How can we do that? Or where should we talk about that?
Yeah, I think we talk about it this afternoon, but I think your point of at the next big IE2 meeting, we try and get all these people to come to that. We don't need advance warning. We can't pull it out of the bag a month before. People have to get funding. South Africa really struggles to get money to get here. In fact, they said they didn't have enough time. They had months. Probably need years. I don't know. But we need to really, I think maybe we need a communique from the co-chairs of IE2 after this meeting, after what happened this afternoon. I'm preempting what's going on, but to actually invite people to start thinking about that big meeting and all the project investigators, the PIs, to warn them that we're expecting a talk by them. Because, that's the whole beauty of IE2. We're bringing all this incredible work together. And there's lots happening outside. I think about 25% of the science in the Indian Ocean is possibly covered by IE2. I know all the coastal work isn't covered because we never put that into IE2.
Okay, we're just at the risk of holding us up for another minute. So between 4 p.m. and 4:50 p.m. this afternoon, we're going to be talking about major Indian Ocean Science Conference, the 10-year celebration conference, right? So that's the event we're talking about. Let's take that, let's use that hour to action, early advisories, all of the project, through the seed, 16 leaders, in conjunction with the project office and all of this, to get on to everybody and let them know 2 years in advance it's going to happen.
Yeah, I think we can, in my experience, one of the things that we accomplish at this meeting, at some point at least, is that we close more or less with some agreement about possible venues for the next meeting, but with the science meeting in particular being, I think what was discussed in Hyderabad, for instance, options for that and possible dates for that, we should try to firm those up now, so that we do have that at that time for advanced planning, and which will be of a larger scale than for this meeting. So I think you're absolutely right, Nick. We really need to firm that up as part of today's discussion.
I know.
Very good. So, lunch.
So yeah, thank you, Mr. Greg, for sharing this. So now we'll have lunch break, but please note that for people interested about the ETM withdrawal, so you can join the team so that we can help you and go all together. Okay, thank you.
So, good afternoon. I think we should start our business meeting of the steering committee of IIO. So we are waiting for Srinivas, our co-chair, join online.
Yes, Maria Alexandrin. I hope you're able to hear me. Can somebody confirm you're able to hear me?
IIO project which report for this year and the endorsement of the new project. So this item will be presented by Anish. Loading the PDF file.
నేను జాయిన్ అయినామా నేను మాట్లాడేది మీకు వినపట్టలేదు అనుకుంటా.
Can you hear us, Srinivas?
Are you able to hear us?
Anish, you're able to hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So I just wanted to, say hello, wish everybody hi, and then I think it's much better. Maria Alexandrin is there, a co-chair, one of the co-chairs. So it is much more effective for Maria Alexandrin for you to chair the session. Of course, I will be here. I'll be following the meeting. So I would hand over to you, Dr. Maria Alexandrin.
Yes, thank you, Srinivas. Just wanted to make sure that you are connected.
Yes, I have the connection now. Yes. Thank you very much.
Good job.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm going to present the status or the progress from the IIO project office at Inovasi Hyderabad. And with me, actually, Kiran is also working for this IIO project office. So without any further delay, I'll just go ahead. So these are the roles and responsibilities assigned to the project office. I'm not going into more detail, but I'll be talking about the progress of the office. So let's start from SC6, Steering Committee 6 meeting, which was held at University of Western Australia during last year, February 6th and 7th. And the report of this SC6 is available online. It was also shared in the items along with the other agenda for this meeting also. So I'm just going to go through the key recommendations during the last steering committee meeting and the actions what has been taken after that. So first one about the project endorsement, POs is completed, and then aligning the endorsed project with the IOA2 science theme. It's also completed now. If you go to our website and see the endorsed project. So relative science themes are mentioned again in each project. Unfortunately, the IOA2 node at Australia is not there now. So we have made the necessary changes on our letterhead and again the web content. Then coming to the future of IOA2, that extension till 2030. So we convened a meeting in at Hyderabad during November 28 to 30 with the leads of all the forums which are Indian Ocean, IOA2, IORP, IRF, Cyber, IOC, NDO, and the revised implementation science plan and implementation strategy is being prepared. It will be discussed subsequently. Then the change in the leadership from the last recommendation we completed and Dr. Halina to be co-chair of ST1. After that, in November, there was two more development where Roxy came in for Science Thing 5 and Ariel Alexandrin for Science Thing 6. And then the terms of the reference for the working group and science team by respective co-chairs. So this again will be discussed in subsequently. Yeah. We got the background information for this has to be discussed. Then the ECSN representation in IOA2 Scientific Steering Committee. So again, after this November meeting, there was a proposal to have a separate working group for ECSN, and that we'll be discussing now subsequently in this meeting. And then we prepared a beta version of the website for ECSN, which also includes the option for the ECSN, joining ECSN community. So that is now online, and based on the further request from ECSN, we can even modify the website further or refine it further. Then including the Indonesia, Korea, and China as a part of the steering committee regional coordination level, that is the national committee. So we already communicated to the representatives, but still we are waiting for getting the details of the national committee, whether it is formed at that level or that information still is awaited. Then next, all action items have been already completed, so India will continue as sole IOA2 project office. And we have also added the capacity development as an optional item for the project endorsement criteria. It's only an option right now. And then again, the financial and in-kind resources needed for an IOA2 that has to be the IOA's secretary. So, and then explore the possibility of organizing IOA2 SC7 at Indonesia. So I think that's where we are right now. So then this is a snap of the meeting which we had in Hyderabad to discuss the future roadmap for IOA2 till 2030. And in a nutshell, the progress is presented here. So the IOA website is maintained, it is periodically updated. We continue with the endorsement of the projects, and there are 2 more projects for the endorsement this year. The metadata portal is it's been refined now on the website, and it is accessible with this particular link. And the endorsed projects we align with the science theme, and it's available in this particular. Then this is the status of the IOA2 website. So not going into more detail, I'll just stop this one. So during the last year from 23 January to December, so there have been 14,114 visitors on the IOA2 website. US is still leading. And then there are 52 scientific projects is being endorsed, and 2 are now in the pipeline. And we have also made an interactive GIS web page. So this web page is updated now. So all the cruise tracks of all the which have been endorsed, the projects will be updated here. So this is still in progress. And this is an interactive web page where if you click that, you will get information of all the metadata and of the particular use. Then the metadata portal, I guess Kiran has already discussed this in detail during the working group presentation on operation coordination. So this information, whatever we have received, is now available online with all details of the cruises and the principal investigators and so on. Cybersecurity audit is an annual exercise that we have completed, and now the website actually is on HTTPS. We also implemented the SSL certificate, so there is an increase in the security level for the website. The newsletter, which is one more task in the project office. So till date, we have issued now 84. So every month, the newsletters are going as a part of IOA to project office activities. Ocean bubbles are also continued twice in a year biannually, and 17 issues have been published till date, and 18th one is in the pipeline. So it will be it's almost done. So once we can complete a proofread, and then we'll circulate it, and once there are no further comments, then we'll publish this. Then the IO2 email community page is still sustained, and then if anybody needs the email, if you want to get enrolled in a mailing list, it's already available on the IOT website. So this is continued. So this is the stats till March 24. So there are 569 enrollments for this in the mailing community. Then there were two projects which came for the endorsement, ECOMSAT and EXPAND. We are in the morning link. The first one is linked to Science 3 and 6. So we have already circulated this project proposal to all the working group and chairs and IOE2 co-chairs, and also the respective lead of science team. And we got response from them accept this one. So it fits within the criteria of IOE2 project endorsement about the tenure, and it should be focused in innovation. It should have an multinational cooperation, and it should adhere to the data sharing policy. So it's all as per the criteria defined to endorse the project under IOE2. So then there is an online interface for this science for endorsement project. We have modified it, linking to the science team, and then recently we communicated to all the principal investigators of the project, giving them the questionnaire to get the status of the project, and some of them they have already provided the project. So whatever is available, it's there on the website. So this will be the updated page where you have the details of the project proposal, the principal investigators, the country, and also the progress. So if you click on this view, you will be able to see what is the progress of the project, cruise track, all the proposal achievements, and the major highlight, significant results coming out from the project. So this is now available on our website. Then we started with making a prototype for CSN web page. So now it is presently in the beta version. We already given the option for join now. So now please CSN to give a wide publicity and get as much as enrollment as possible. As of now, we got the data of 120. So that we are going to pick manually, but once we start getting it online, it will be automatically updated. And then these are the representations at various, mainly for this one, IOSC 2024. So we have been maintaining the page for this particular conference 2024. So all the details related to this one, including the information booklets and all other agenda items and the reports of the previous meetings and everything is available now on IOE2. So now this is the official address for IOE2 project office. Yeah, that's all. So I've been I hope I covered it.
Question on the agenda item list. I think one of them is not yet this one. It's not yet completed. It's still active. Please maybe ask Srinivas if he has news about the financial and in-kind resources needed for IIOU2 in relation with IOC. Because this was passed to the IOU Secretariat, and I know that you've had some discussion. Do you have any news about whether we can expect, resources back from IOC? You see what I mean?
Yes, thank you, Maria Alexandrine. So when we actually had the officers meeting in January, I had an opportunity to discuss with IOC colleagues from GOOS, and then regarding the GOOS Regional Alliance, Indian Ocean GOOS, and also the IOE2 and the related activities. So we need to, progress those discussions. But the point is that some of these resources are, available under the GOOS, under the GRAs. That's what my understanding is. And some resources actually under the IOC Indio, the newly formed subcommission. So we need to further these discussions with the IOC, of course, with the GOOS colleagues and with the regional colleagues, IOC Indio, which Justin is dealing. But yes, so there are some allocations, but we need to, get those details further.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Emily. Are there any questions to the presentation of Anish? No?
So I have one request to all the working group co-chairs and science co-chairs. So if there is any update regarding the change in the leadership or something, so please communicate it to project office so that we can make those necessary changes. And also, if you are aware of some of the projects, and we have been communicating to the Endos project initiator, but if some of the projects are closed or maybe cancelled or shifted, so please communicate it to us so that we can update it on our website.
Someone has a book. Okay, Lynn?
My question may be a bit strange, but is IOC still firmly involved with IE2? Because we didn't have a presentation from Vladimir, and I don't quite know what the situation is. Is it going to be there carrying forward into the next duration of IE2? Maybe in a project place for it. Right,
If you want to say something, I can complete eventually.
So Vladimir retired as of last Thursday, and the Dean started on Friday, so he is still getting up to speed with everything with IOC. So I would imagine, yes, I can't see why they wouldn't be. I'm here from the IOC.
If I may add.
Yes, we've asked for her.
Please, go, Srini.
Yeah, I mean, I was just about to say that, there's no reason why IOC would not be interested in IOE2. And we should not, I think at this point, I think a colleague from IOC already, mentioned this. I don't think we need to be too worried about IOC. IOC will naturally be involved in IOE too. And for example, the IOGOOS, these are all under the, being done under the patronage of IOGOOS. So which, of course, Nick will certainly be able to add more to this. And IOGOOS is a goose regional alliance under the goose. So there's nothing to be really, worried about IOC's involvement. IOC has always been there, and I would presume will always be part of this group of activities, IOE2, and all these activities that we are doing right now. But of course, Nick, if you want to add anything further.
Yeah, I guess I mean, Lizard's question is a very good question, because when it was originally set up, the IOE2 designated that co-sponsors would have the right to co-chair. So all three of the sponsors provided cash support, IOGOOS, IOC, and SCORE, and hence the establishment of the three of the principal co-chairs. And I guess we eagerly await the result of the discussions at the IOC level, Shivanasa and Emily, with respect to perhaps a return to cash funding from the IOC. But you've updated us on that, Srini, so there's no need to go back into that. But the other thing too, I guess, is worth remembering is, to be honest, the strength of having an institutional alliance with something like the IOC, or now IOCINDIO, which is like a mini IOC. It's a sub-alliance, a subset of the IOC, but still formally constituted, is that it gives the IOE2 an imprimatur at that high institutional governmental level. And so it should, in theory, assist scientists and principal investigators who wish to undertake activities under the IOE science plan, better advocate for support from their own governments back home. Because by virtue of the IOC saying it endorses the IIOE2, that actually in effect means the 150 governments that constitute the IOC have all said yes to the IIOE2. So if you're from CSIRO, for example, you could try and use that, in your application for funds for an investigator or a crew, other investigator crews or a research application in response to the IIO science plan. You put in there, this is a Australian government endorsed program at the UNESCO level. It is true. It sounds a bit edgy, a bit on the margins, but it's not. Our stuff to the IO to whether he realised it or not.
Thank you, Nick. Well, the thing we have to think about is more about, I think, the relationship we will have with IOC India, and whether, maybe the chair of IOC India may become the new chair of IOC or not. That's probably a question that we'll have to discuss with that, for example. Are there any other questions on this item before we move to the next one? No? So we can move to the next presentation. You will give it. Okay, you have.
It's more of like a discussion.
Okay. Can I ask you a question in the meantime? Maybe I need to your presentation, but I saw you report that you were drafting information management policy document. Is that completed or?
Yeah, it's completed, was presented during the last SC6 meeting in Perth.
Okay.
To be by, Patabi Ramaro. Yeah. Patabi Ramaro has presented last time.
There's another one.
No.
And do you have any connection with IOD?
IOU?
Yeah, if IOD wants connection.
Yeah. Not directly, but through our data. Okay, so this is for discussion now. So following the last meeting, we have been communicating to the chairs and co-chairs of the different science teams and the working groups, just to review the membership. So, and the response what we got is shown. So I'll go one by one. So the green means they are willing to. Black, there is no response, and there is a red somewhere that people want to step down. So this is for science team 1, 2, and 3. So here Professor Edwin Matthew wants to step down, and he has nominated one of his colleagues. And there is no response actually from what is there listed. So we need to have maybe some strategy like how, whether we ask, nominate some people or so
we have, is this a new list of members for the science team too?
No, these are the existing members. Okay. And there,
would you like me to give some context to this, to that question? So, just as context, that we've been working on this together. In leading up to 2013, we sent formal letters to all of the IOC delegations asking for them to nominate people from their delegations, in other words, from their countries, to become members of all the working groups, all the science teams. I mean, I've got all the letters on the file. There was like 100 letters to it, but we did a lot of work. And you can see that some of the nominations were symbolic. Some countries said, okay, you know, here's a name, and we've never seen them, we've never heard from them. And for the last 4, 5, 6 years, we've been talking about what do we do about this? Because it was a formal call to the IOC. So we've allowed this now to be basically an informal rolling off. So I understand from the guys that the names in black are people that have just not responded to any emails. And so we are just, with courtesy and with gratitude, assuming that they've ended their role voluntarily. Otherwise, we're just going to have to keep on having millions of names on the books, you know. Emily.
You said you sent out the circular letter in 2013. So I would suggest, you know, a new one to get replacements, because I mean, you're talking 10 years ago. I wouldn't answer my email from 10 years ago either. So I would suggest doing a new one, and you can probably just revamp the wording from the one you used 10 years ago to actually get members, current members in there.
I don't know that it's worth it, Emily, because you know we know that from the lack of communication from many of these names, that they're not really. Not that they're not interested in the IOE2, but they responded courteously and said, "Look, here's a contact point." So I think we just roll with those who have been active.
Well, I would just give you an example that the Goose Steering Committee sent out a circular letter for representatives, which has never been done before. And we also were worried we wouldn't get responses. And we're getting responses from people we've never heard of. So I would argue that in 10 years, there's probably people out there that you don't know that have no idea about this because it's been the same people for 10 years. It's worth it to re-energize things.
Yeah, so support Nixon, then what he's spoken about now. And even at the last meeting we had in Perth, there were people who nominated, who wanted at the end of the meeting, nominated to go on the committee for Theme 6. But nothing happened. So I've got an email from all of them, the ones that nominated. It's Angus Patterson from South Africa. It was Aditi from India, Aditi from India, and Greg from Cyber nominated, and also Lisa Kirkendale from the WA Museum. Those people put their hands up. And it was actually in Anisha's book, because I went and checked with them. It's not in the minutes, but it's kind of everything in minutes. But I do think we do need to get people that are involved in the ocean and have a passion for it. It's just no point sending emails out to everyone and nobody answers. I think it's critical. We've been going mad for the last 2 months. And I'm more and more concerned about just putting people on the committee that know nothing about IOE2. I think we need to be really careful that we don't just populate these committees. Figureheads and paper parks or whatever you want to call them. We have to be really careful. Keep commitment. And setting up to a head in 5 years' time. And you need people who have the history and know about things. Sometimes I think new people who don't like about what's going on in the past. It'd be very difficult to write it up, and I'm sure already you'll bring it. Anyway, that's my 2 bits.
Sorry, I'm going to stand up. I'm struggling to hear some of the comments again. I don't know how this stuff is stood. So could I just repeat what I think and then sit that down?
want to understand a little bit about sending out emails to new people or people who may not be involved in IRO to date. Sending out emails trying to get people more involved, to become more supportive of your work. Was that what Emily said?
National committees, right?
I know that's.
Send your email to national committees, right? No?
But they never
I'll clarify. When we established the IOE2, the IOC was an endorsing organisation. And in order to solicit people who would actually do something for us, actually be involved in the IOE2, want to be involved, we invited countries through their IOC delegations, if they wished to make a tangible contribution to a person, to the IOE2, to nominate somebody. And we have to be careful what we wish for. And the reason is because sometimes many countries go, well, we have to have a rep. We have to be involved. You know, we've got to have a name in this because this is an IOC project. And so we got lots of nominees. I mean, I did all the letters, we organised the circular, I sent them all out. And it was so much work, then soliciting the responses. 90% of those people were never to have been heard again, even though they were repeatedly sent advisories on the IOE2, that on the steering committee meetings. So I'm wondering if it's time to be pragmatic now and assume that from those lack of responses, those members are rolled off, or whether, as Emily is suggesting, and your suggestion, Emily, involves a lot of work. Yeah, from a secretariat that actually is essentially a voluntary one. I mean, when I was employed, I was paid to do what I did, but yeah, so we have to really consider this reasonably carefully. I mean, it can be done. Or we send a circular, or we send an advisory to all the members who haven't been, and say, thanks very much for the service. We're assuming that, you're no longer involved in the IOE2 unless you wish to be. I don't know. It's not my decision, but I'm just giving you the history. That's it.
You had something on that? We started on IOE2, there was no national at that time, right? And so, the way we do it in SOAR is that we get in touch with national committee to get nomination. But here we have, if you consider, we have two channels now. We have IOC, so we could go to a letter, but we also have the national committee now that we can also use and are more involved in the work. But sometimes when you get, the circular letter for a nomination in the program, the focal point, the French or other national focal point, they don't know how to reach these people. It's easier through the national committees because they are the one involved in the work and they can propose names. And so most of the time, the reason why you don't get any feedback from the focal point of IOC national groups is that they don't know because they have to deal with many other things and they don't even know what IOC. They rotate quite often, every 2 or 3 years. So that's why the information gets lost, and that's why most of the time, even for IOC asking for experts, it's kind of difficult. So I think we should use both and see which one is more efficient. So now that we have national committees, we should probably be more efficient.
So in my talk on Thursday, Goose also has national focal points, which are more technical oriented, and that's not an official, like you don't have to send a circular letter to that, but that is another conduit to actually maybe reach more of the technical side of people that you are trying to get to versus the official IOC representatives of the country. Stand up to you. Yeah, so thanks, Nick. I hadn't understood that the names on the lists were through that formal process of approaching governments. And it was my understanding from our last meeting occurred, that the co-chairs were free to reinvigorate the teams by calling on people with expertise in the thing. And so Tung Yun joined us last year, and there are 3 people in the board who haven't responded, and we're going to work with them and think who we might replace them with. So it would be good to have some advice about whether that's okay or not.
Yeah, no, it is, and it always has been, Helen, yeah. As theme leaders, you're free to solicit membership yourself. It's just that we also gave the IOC delegations, the countries, an opportunity to nominate, because the IOC was a co-sponsor, and so we thought that was appropriate. Yeah. We just need to decide now whether we want to change the protocol. As a steering committee, we can change protocols. You know, I'm not suggesting one thing or another. I'm just giving the history and cautioning against, not cautioning, but giving this group the benefit of an experience that there is a lot of work in doing things in a particular way. But that may be appropriate.
Thank you. Just a comment for myself. I would like to change the party from party number 3 to party number 2 because my project is right now is the appealing. So I would like to please put my name rather than side team 3 to side team 2. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nick, thanks for the clarification. And if I recollect correctly, at the time these committees were constituted, I think it was mainly based on the recommendations from the chairs of the science team, how the science team should be constituted. And of course, the representation by all the really issues. Now, if we look at the current status now, of course, that process has probably gone well. We have representation, but many of those people have not been able to attend the meetings, not even respond emails. So, in order to make the teams more effective, it would be good to reconstitute the committees or revitalize them, or people who are not responding, be replaced with others and Russian actions. So that's one suggestion I have. So specifically, if we talk about the science team too, we have had a good response from Dr. Minfen, and from Germany we had good response, and Japan, of course. Yeah, that's all. Others have not been responding. So we are basically working with very few people. And we look at the topic of the team, it demands that it should be ideally representation from all the countries. That's my
I'm just visualizing in my mind now something. This has come up before, this issue. Yeah, anyway, thanks, now. I'm not commenting against what you just said. Yeah. I think I'm going to go back into the minutes of the previous meeting. I think we established a protocol for ourselves, which said that if a member had been inactive for more than 2 years or a certain number of years, we could assume, or we would roll that member off. And I don't think that's uncommon in committees. You know, you can have a membership protocol which says, yeah, you're a member. If you've been absolutely silent and not responding, we respectfully assume that you've done your job as far as you're concerned. So I don't know, Emily, if that fits with an IOC circular, if that's an appropriate closure, you know. I think we resolved on this some time ago, actually, now that I think about it. I'll have to go back and check.
Yes, you take the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Actually, if we are proposing the or nominating the member for the member of the IOD to we think that you mentioned about circular IOC circular pattern. And now we are responding all the IOC circular patterns to promote or to nominate one of the Indonesian, for example, Indonesian scientists to be on the stage or at the boost and for the tsunami. Other and because the problem is, I think I would like to nominate the name. I need to coordinate among ministry of agency in nation before appointing someone to be sitting at the member of the school. That's why in case you open for the application or to nominate the member of the science team, I think it's better to use circular for us. So we can respond formally. That you get.
Yeah, it's a bit hard to hear you, but am I correct in saying that you're suggesting that a circular letter is an appropriate way even now?
Yeah, it's better because right now I cannot just put the name. I have to get permission from.
So that would be a task that befalls the project office in conjunction with the co-chairs, but it should befall on the IOC person who used to be part of the project office, but that person doesn't exist anymore. I'm no longer. But anyway.
For example, the one that we are promoting, nominating the steering committee for goods, now it's under process. So we did on the 8th month. So there are plenty of time, few days to respond. Thank you.
The reason why I still believe that it's better to go through the national committees or even the national committees of score as, being at the same level of C is that, IIU2 is a program of score. I mean, score sponsors IIU2. If you send a circular letter, the focal point will receive it, each focal point will receive the circular letter, but then each national committee of IOC is composed of representative of ministry or research agencies. And so, asking them for nomination for SIM 1, 2, 3, or in IIU2 is going to result in no answer because, they don't, IIU2 is, and that they don't have the detail. In this committee has national representative or ministry representative, so they are not at this level of communication with the scientists. That's why, I still believe that, unless one has some idea, attend or read the circular letter even, you won't get any answer or few answer to this channel. That's my, being in both, this is my feeling.
Along with it, let me add it. Wahyu Pandu is the Indonesian national representative for the IOC. So if you send the circular letter, and then it can have those piece of those, you can nominate will be in this thing 1, 2, 3, and also hopefully this clarifies.
Also in the French IOC group, But if that was not, I won't be able, I mean, if I get a circular letter, if the group, the French group get a circular letter, or the Indonesian one, now we have people that can do it. But that's, I would say exceptions. Because most of the time, the people that get there do not know really the community where the experts are. Some may, but some may not. And again, they have to read a circular letter, they have, so it's to my point of view, it's efficient at general level. Plus, you're reaching 150 countries instead of 40 or, so it's really a different target. It can work eventually, maybe for instance, because of this particular situation, but otherwise, there's little chance that we get a feedback, but we can try. We can try both, actually. We have 2 channels, maybe understanding also, because we want to bring them in, so we can try 3 channels. We'll see what we get. We hope we can get some names, some nominations.
Then what about so we are going to say we are going to completely divide the CARES coaches and member, or only those missing, or maybe shortfall with each of it?
I think we are now talking about resolving the membership issue. Do we assume that the people who have not been actively engaged, those members, that they are no longer on the committees, or do we need to just send a letter out saying, hey, remember 10 years ago you nominated this? I don't know. I don't know what to do. It's not my job. I'm not involved. I'm just giving you the history, so that you know what to expect. And it's very opportunistically good when somebody like Dr. Wahu is here, because he is on the IOC delegation. He's the head of the delegation, but there are another 149 delegations that we would need to. So we have to find the best pragmatic way, I think. We need to find the best pragmatic way to deal with this.
I was just wondering, Anish, to put up the other 4 themes, other 3 themes, so we can see what the green looks like versus the red and the black.
So before we move forward, we got a response from Adrian Matthew, and it says, so if you're looking for an alternative, you might consider Dr. Ben Weber. He's also faculty of member in the school, and he's School of Environmental Science, and is interested to take the role. That's the response what we get. That's next one. This is about the science team, and then this is the working group. So yeah, so I think if we can resolve, or there's one more thing to be discussed. Like previously, there were 7 working groups. So the working group 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I think it was merged.
Oh, I have a suggestion for you. Why don't, to keep the process short and manageable, because you are all we have conferences coming up in the next 2 years, which will take a lot of time from the one and only project office. Why don't we, because we need to move on, I think, why don't we resolve that the project office, perhaps through a letter signed by the co-chair or co-chairs, writes just to the names in black and seeks clarification as to whether they wish to remain, and if so, to understand that remaining on those groups requires that they work. It's not a symbolic representation, and then seek their response, and seek their response on the basis that they either remain or do not remain. But if they remain, there's some terms of reference they, respectfully need to understand, requires working. So these are meant to be groups that work for the IIU2. That way you're limited to maybe 10 or 15 letters. What do you think, Dr. White? What do you think about that? Just communicate with the ones that we are not sure about.
The name, because actually I'm very new at the national focal point for that. So all the names are already put in paper from Indonesia. All the names from Indonesia. We haven't heard anything about the member state from Middle East. Yeah. So when I nominate the name to be on the member, I have to get it from their director. So put the names on this as the member of the working group. It has to be formally appointed by the office. That's perfect. The place for it.
Yeah, so what you mean is that in the case of Indonesia, it has to go through IFC, its nomination. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, it's better if it is under IFC. Usually, the IFC releases the for better. And we need to respond or collaborate to nominate the names. But before we respond, we need to organize internally amongst ministry of agency, where the one that we do on the member working application for them, application for her or his name will be formally approved by the ministry or agency.
Okay.
So yeah, so it's more formal. So when we put the names on it, they will work as appointed by the office, representing the region and for their own agency. That's the one that we are doing now. Yeah, so far I've been responding for the PWS or the PWS rules and so on, because they release the circular letters asking to nominate the name for sitting at officially. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I understand that because some countries it might be better to go to IOC than other countries. So that's why I need to use those. Do you agree to that we should write a letter as equal suggestion?
Yeah, probably what we can do, like, maybe we can send the letter to only those who have not responded. And maybe later sometimes, maybe we can have a virtual meetings of only leaders and with the single point agenda, and then maybe because this issue has been pending for the last 2 years since I came, so we need to close this.
Yes, a circular letter would have to be sent or written or signed by the new co-chair of IOC. Because it used to be, Vladimir would be the person who would be in charge of that if he was not retired. So because somebody has to send a right. Yeah, but somebody would like to, you would agree to not that written this letter. But we can do it, okay, so we can write a letter, what could be done, write a circular letter and send it to the member states. But this will come next, first to go through this process, check who wants to remain, and then depending on how, if we cannot find people, or even if we can, we should probably go to the IOC procedure.
Yeah, just to bring out a big opportunity, because getting going to a phase, I think too. And these people we're chasing up now will basically begin till the end of IO 25. And I think we do need to blame new people. Got to get young people on these committees, and so they get to know about IO too. It's not so much just having people that have been here 15 years and done nothing. That's not too good to it.
Let me add a fragment. The reality is that we can have committees that have people nominated. I'm not suggesting Indonesia because you're active. We are here now. So Indonesia is an active member. But we can have people on these committees that remain on those committees and do nothing. What they do, I mean, I'm not saying that's a good idea, but it may be a reality. What that means then is that you have to email people and expect no response, but it doesn't preclude bringing on new, young, energetic members. So, we can do both. We may have to do both, but anyway.
Take the floor. Go ahead with us.
Want to say something?
Yeah, I'm sorry. The voice, and the audio was not very clear unless the microphone is very close to whoever is speaking, but I could gather the discussion around the membership. My 2 cents would be, from what Nick said, I understand the initial memberships were, kind of a result of a circular letter sent by the IOC to populate, interested member states, experts onto the working groups. Is that correct, Nick?
Yes.
Okay. So my suggestion, Nick, would be, because this would be linked to, what kind of a detailed exercise that we want to take up now to revitalize the membership is actually also linked to what is the direction that IOE2 is going to take, regarding the extension. Of course, we are going to have the discussion in this session. Now, as it stands now, if somebody is not responding, it might be a good idea for the project office to write to that person, that particular expert, and with a copy to the national focal point of the IOC, because they were the focal points which have in the first place nominated these members. Understanding that these nominations have come several years back, I think that would be a good starting point, because we knew that those countries were interested in putting forth experts onto those particular working groups. So if the project office can write to those experts who haven't been responding, hopefully they will receive the message, and then with a copy to their national focal point. Again, the national focal points would have changed, but then those email addresses are available. What are those recent national focal points are available from the IOC. So I think if we start from there and then try to revitalize, like for example, Indonesia, colleagues were mentioning, they might have new members whom they would like to nominate. So I think this email from the Secretariat could act as a nice starting point, and then we fill that up. And then parallelly, we could, of course, once we have taken a decision that this is going to go, extended, we all want this to be extended beyond 25 and 30, then I think the circular letter through the IOC, because that will be a much elaborate process, I would guess. We need to probably work with the colleagues in Goose. And then we also have Goose focal points. I think I heard Emily mentioning that Goose focal point. So I think we need to, I think that could be a good starting point from my, I would think actually, and much more practical and something that can be acted upon immediately.
Srinivas, can I check what you mean by national focal point? You mean the national committee?
I think IOC has national focal points. In some cases, they are the national committees, but in other cases, there are, like, for example, for national focal point for India, for the IOC is myself and Secretary Ravichandran. So the circular letter comes to us. It also, a copy of it goes also to the national committees. So I think it's a bit different in each country, but then that's what I meant, the national focal points.
Okay, I wanted to make sure because I suggested national committee because, for example, at IOC, France and other countries probably, we don't have a national focal point for IIOE2.
No, it's not. Yeah, it's not for IOE2. It's for IOC. Because when Nick mentioned that a circular letter was sent, when we got these memberships initially, so they would have gone to the IOC. That's the circulation list of the IOC. It goes to the national focal points of IOC for each of these IOC member states. And that list is available, actually. We can get it from the IOC.
Okay, so now I understand that you're talking about national focal point of IOC, and so this is what we discussed, that we should also go this way, because for some countries, the nomination has to come from national focal point of IOC.
Yeah.
But this does not prevent eventually to use the national committees of IIOE too. We can use both channels. We'll stop the discussion here, and we'll resume our agenda. Thank you, Anish. And we'll proceed with the next agenda item on the future roadmap of IIOE2, and I think that Nick is going to present the latest discussion that we had.
Yeah. Make a PowerPoint. Okay.
This one. Next thing.
Thank you very much. So, Marie, it's 3:30. Shall I just go through this 15 minutes before tea? Have a quick tea and then we come back? All right. All right. Yeah, okay, thank you very much. Relay sends his apologies. He's feeling a little bit under the weather. So I'm going to do my best to represent his slides as well as those that I prepared. This will be quick. This is really just for information, but also seeking the endorsement of the group today for one or two new things. They're not major. So first of all, this is Relay's slide about some history. Last year in Perth, there was a very strong consensus and a decision in the minutes that IIOE2 should continue for another 5 years, but subject to a leadership group getting together later in 2023 to put together a strategy for an extension to the IIOE2. We did meet, in Hyderabad in November of 2023. Incidentally, there was also great interest in there was also recognition that aspects of the science plan had yet to be addressed very well, such as human impacts, capacity building. We could enhance the early career science network and need for more emphasis on coastal and exclusive economic zone research. SCORE expressed an interest in the possibility of extending its support for IOE2 to 2030. So we had a Hyderabad meeting in November 2023, hosted by Inquest, thank you very much, with the goal of basically developing an addendum, not a fully revised science plan, but just an addendum to the science plan to make it more contemporary, take account of nuances in scientific, priorities for the Indian Ocean and the world, for the period after 2030. An outline was developed for that. Then I believe that SCORE and Relay met. Is that correct? Yep. Met with SCORE in January of this year, so just a month or two ago, to develop a timeline and a process for producing this addendum to the IOE2 science plan, with the goal of producing a draft that would be presented to SCORE at its annual meeting later this year for a final peer-reviewed addendum to the science plan in time for what would be a 10-year anniversary symposium of the IOE2 later on. So Relay asked me to just let everyone know that he's been thinking about this deeply, hasn't quite, hasn't developed the science plan, but the timeline doesn't require it for it to be developed, the addendum to the science plan as yet, because the timeline is responding to SCORE's requirements at the end of this year and next year. But he intends to have an executive summary, a background to the IOE2, which talks about its history, how the IOE2 was extended a few years ago from 15 to 20 to 25. There's been a new governance structure. I'll deal with that in a minute. He will in his document talk about the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, and its impacts on conferences, on cruises, on the Indus and Rama network. He'll discuss the progress that has occurred in the IOE2. That will be a condensation of the sort of things we've heard today, actually, in the theme reports. Talk about how rapidly there's been a recovery from COVID, et cetera, on the early career scientist network and its progress today. Again, highlight all the products, the scientific products that have come from the IOE2, and then re-enter each of the science themes in an addendum modality. And theme 1 would be revisited in terms of society benefits and human impacts. Themes 2 to 6 would again involve the descriptors that already exist for those themes. Theme 7 would now come into play. There'll be an extra theme, which would involve, in terms of keywords, responding to knowledge gaps and challenges related to societal benefits and human impacts, coastal monitoring, data sharing in exclusive economic zones, capacity development, scientific understanding in the West Indian Ocean, the Bay of Bengal, marginal seas. These are all the things that we spoke about in Hyderabad 3 or 4 months ago that really ought to come into a new world, a new IOE2 going forward. Marginal seas because of their importance in interconnectivity with the Indian Ocean proper from the point of view of biogeochemical and physical substances. The oxygenation is an issue that has continued to become a prominent one. Phytoplankton booms, et cetera, global warming, acidification, etc. And then talk about ongoing and planned research, such as CoLab, which we've heard about, Marginal Seeds Research Initiative, which is a specific project out there. New technologies in terms of observations, monitoring and forecasting, and opportunities that we need to take advantage of and mention in the science plan, such as low-cost monitoring technologies, applications in machine learning, in situ observations, coastal modelling. These are all just key words that are prompts for what Raleigh will write in the addendum. And then particularly talk about integration. We know there was a new formal subcommission for the Indian Ocean, called IOC subcommission for the Central Indian Ocean. Continue to promote communication through the newsletter and the bubble. Data and information management. We now have a policy that was written 2 or 3 years ago, and I'm going to talk about that in a minute. Training, capacity building. We have this amazing facility in India at the moment, the International Training Centre for Operational Oceanography, that can house people and provide training. There's regional training centre here in Indonesia. There are a number of opportunities to support capacity building. Further promote and enhance the early career science network, etc., and inclusions, appendices, and references. There's a timeline. Some of the key points are there that Raleigh has now presented this draft outline for his addendum today in Lombok. By the middle of the year, June 1, draft addendum complete, ready for review and editing by co-authors. So he'll be reaching out to people to support his work. July 31, draft addendum given to SCORE for SCORE's fall meeting. October 16-18 presented an overview. He will physically present an overview of the addendum to the science plan to the SCORE annual general meeting at Qingdao. Then soon after initiate SCORE orchestrated peer review of the document. By March 2025, revise the draft addendum, complete and ready for presentation at the 225 IIOEC meeting, which we need to work out where and when we're going to have that in about 12 months' time. Continuing on to June 1, 25, final science plan addendum to SCORE for final approval. Then present the SCORE approved IIO2 science addendum at what we would want to be the 10th anniversary IIO2 symposium. And I can preempt the fact that I think Hyderabad will be offered as a locality for that symposium soon. So that's Raleigh's offering in terms of what's come from last year's IIO2 Steering Committee 6 meeting, and in terms of continuing IIO2 on. But there was another task required, and that is the implementation strategy also requires updating so that it's complementary and in harmony with the science plan that is to be revised, and also provides somewhat between an operational plan and a strategic plan to assist operation the IIO2 as we go forward. So I'm just repeating the fact that we had this and that. So Raleigh volunteered to update the science plan, and it had to be done. I volunteered to update the implementation strategy on behalf of the project office. So we worked together on that. And basically the implementation strategy needed to be updated to take account of what's evolved since 2015, but also what we can and could expect out to 2030. So I'm submitting this claim today. So it was sent around some time ago. I asked for comments. I received none, so I presume that it's perfect in everyone's eyes, but there's still an opportunity to provide commentary on that. I'm doing this on behalf of the project office for today's meeting. So I've tabled that claim for today's meeting and seeking either endorsement to have it, basically as it is, or any comments to give it some change. So what's happened in the last 10 years? A very large constituency has been built for the IIO2. There have been many endorsed projects, notwithstanding what the actual active number is. It's still a lot, and it's still tangible, they're still important, and they're still providing, they all provide amazing science. And I think today's theme presentations speak to that. We know that there are projects and their legacy, including write-ups, that will reach into well into this decade. Working groups 1 to 7 were consolidated some time ago after Peter Burkle, former co-chair, put together a proposition to go from 7 working groups to 3. They being Science and Research Working Group 1, Data and Information Management Working Group 2, and then the other 5 that were 1 to 7 all becoming Working Group 3, Operation Coordination. That was just to make things more simple and efficient. Employers took on, the office that I used to be the lead of was shut down in September 21. Employees fortunately took on the sole project office role in Hyderabad. COVID-19 comes along, somewhat derails IOE2 for the next 3 or 4 years. Many activities were stalled, apart from analysis writing, joint project office, and then the project office continued to work unabated. And there were a number of virtual steering committee meetings. Many cruises, writing, analyses we know will occur right up to the period of 2030. There was a decision 12 months ago to go forward and put together a proposition, etc., etc. I've covered all this. So the revised implement strategy that I've put together and circulated around will have this table of contents, and it covers, just like the first one, steering committee, the working groups. And in chapter 7 is a proposed new working group specifically to give emphasis, stature, prominence, visibility, and to the early career scientists network, with a hope to having those early career scientists feel more and more engaged than they already are in the IOE2. And the future take on the leadership that will be required as those who, reaching the end of their careers, not the end of their work, at the end of their formal institution, careers move on. The original implementation strategy took 3 years of really hard work. It was put together by a large committee and authorship, chaired by Satish and edited by myself. It contained the governance structure for the IOE2, the 7 working groups, blah, blah, blah. It had objectives and actions relating to those objectives. Some were operational type actions, some were aspirational, but all fundamentally relevant, notwithstanding the fact that some of them, many of them, depending on how many resources the IOE2 had. Some elements of IOE2 need to be done from scratch. When you look at the original plan, for example, there was no data and information management policy back in 2013. So some of the major changes that you'll see in the draft implementation strategy, which I put together, is this new executive summary, which talks about the evolution since the beginning. It refers to the expanded constituency of the IOE2 and the many projects. It refers to the fact that there's now 1 project office, the change in the working group structure, and also the fact that there is a data and information management policy, and that's copied into the new strategy. And we talk about the proposed new working group 4, and I thank Aditi Modi of the CSM for writing that chapter, for drafting that chapter. This is what is being proposed as we go forward: a project office with 4 working groups around it. This will be a slight modification to the existing steering committee structure. Still have the co-chairs, a strategic executive level. This is not hierarchical, north top to bottom, just it splits it into a core group and stakeholder group. And remembering that each of these entry points in the steering committee are designed with a specific purpose, and that is, the purpose is to allow those representing the elements in here to be able to make a tangible contribution to the IOE2. So, you may ask yourself, why would you want to have IOS India or IOS the IOS subcommission for the Western Pacific? And again, that's because by having them involved, it can lead to advocacy at governmental levels in the members of those respective formal institutional bodies. That may help scientists who are within those countries seek support. We've added in this level partner sponsors, because there may be sponsors that come along that want to provide a little bit of support to the IoT too. So then we give them recognition and explicit visibility. For example, West Australian Global Ocean Observing System, which, you know, is not doing a lot at the moment, but it's still active behind the scenes. It's supporting my trip here this year. So we think we should recognise those as having minor partnership sponsorship status. And anyone in the steering committee, anyone who's representing elements of the steering committee has an automatic right and are welcomed to come to the annual steering committee meetings. So you can see that of the 50 or 60 people that could be here today, we only have about 30. But that's okay. The invitation is always there. So just to give context to the new implementation strategy, you know, the old one is still current but needed updating. I fully recognise, those of us that put together fully recognise that it contains aspirational objectives and related actions in there amongst those that aren't so aspirational, but I don't think there's any need to remove them. Keep them in there in the spirit of the IOE2, because we aim for the ideal, we do what we can. By having them in there, it allows for new energies and resources that may come along to address what would otherwise be lost as aspirational items. And we've already seen kudos, the expanded project office in India, the emergence and strengthening of the early career scientists, the existence of ITC Ocean training capacity building centre in India, etc. You know, it's not an operating document. It's not a strategic plan, it's something in between. And I can tell you that just to revise the existing one and get it to a shape where it actually harmonises with the new science plan and the IE2, it's taken about 100 hours work. So happy to keep on revising it, but to sort of bear that in mind that it will take somebody a fair bit of work to completely rewritten, cut down to a third of its size, which would be the ideal probably. But, you know, it's a matter of resources. Thank you. So, I mean, I'm going to defer to Maria as the chair, but perhaps what we could do is have some tea, come back and be happy to note any comments on the revised strategy or forward any comments on the science plan, the rally, if everyone has any, and then we should move on to the very last item of our agenda today when we come back from tea. What do you think, Maria?
So now we will have a coffee break. Yeah.
Bisa aja sih yang
Scene 7 is scene 1 plus more cost of research. So it's not exactly the same. The same as scene 1. Because originally the discussion was that we did not address as we would have liked scene 1, and this is how we justified to score the fact that we wanted an extension for 5 years. And so if we want to change the parameter of scene 1, I mean, this is what is expected. If we want to have more cost of research, so that scene 1 is quite different, then maybe, you know, that's the reason why there is scene 7, but then you need to explain that. Because we agreed that only one thing will be changed. That's why we are talking about an event. The other things we don't modify this.
So we should forward that to Raleigh for clarification.
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks, Marie. And then there's the other dot point in the previous session's flow was the proposal to create a new working group for early career scientists. That actually requires some feedback here. Do we do it? In which case it would remain in the implementation strategy draft that I implemented straight, the draft implementation strategy that I put together as chapter 7 in that strategy or not. Do we have any feedback from the floor?
Well, why a new working group? I mean, yeah, well, I mean, it's going to be the same, right? The Early Career Science Network will be part of working group 4, but it's the same group, the same activity, I would say. So what is the purpose of having a working group? That was my question.
I have 2 slides. We have 2 slides about what we are going to propose. So can I show this? Yes.
We are very short of time.
Yes, only 2 slides. Not
Can you speak to them?
Yeah, actually, our purpose is to put one ECSN in each 6 team so that they will work with the senior scientists and they learn from the senior scientists. And the ECSN who will be selected from the team should be from the same background so that we will learn more about the science and all the things. And we will carry forward the legacy of the IIO2. And for like governing this working group, so maybe there is more than 2 or 3 chairs could be there, so that one will be not there, then another will be requested and start working group. Because we know for ECSN it is very difficult to arrange the fund. So maybe another chair or another man. So they will arrange the fund from some other sources. So it will be continued. So my point of view is that with 2 or 3 chairs and 6 members from each science team, and 1 member, it is good to from the project office so that we will coordinate with the project office. So this is my proposal. No, it's a working group for IIO2 and no. Yeah, that's different because it's better to like the expertise who the ECSN who have the expertise in that science. He or she will be the part of that science team, so that they will contribute more about to the science and they will get like the collaboration between all the senior scientists and international. So that is my proposal.
Okay, could you please just summarize what was just said, because I couldn't hear it very clearly. Oh, no, I mean, maybe, Lincoln and Marie.
Is that they want to have early career scientists in each teams to participate to the writing, to the activity of each team. And then they will have somebody, we would like to have two or three co-chairs. One will be linked to the project office. Yeah. Yes, but the question is whether you want to be a working group for by IOE2 or remain early career scientist network as the other program has early career scientist network separately. So we have different options if I think about the score. For example, for geotraces is establishing now an early career scientist network. I think that INBER has an early career scientist network, and they have the chair is a member of the steering committee. And for SOLAS, they can participate, they recognize the three co-chairs, but they are not members of the steering committee. So I guess they are invited. So these are the other options. I don't know what would be the early career scientist network for geotraces, because we have not seen it yet. We're working on it. But they are still out, but they contribute to, they are represented in the steering committee. Whether or not they are considered as a member, and I think this means voting or not, or, when you have to take decisions. But, so in one case, the chair is a member. In the other case, for SOLAS, there are three co-chairs, but they are not members. They participate, but they are not official members. Who wants to start?
Thanks, Nick. So, since we are in the process of designing this new working group, I think it may be good to work on what do we intend to achieve, the ultimate goal of this working group. So one thing that early career network groups would like to do is to, for example, reach out to maximum number of people, youngsters, either doing PhD or just completed PhD, all that. So with respect to IOE2, we should kind of have some ideas on what we wish to achieve. Are we looking forward to the early careers contributing to the science team, or just building the network in terms of more opportunities and awareness and so on? So if you are looking forward to getting more involvement from early career students, early career scientists, it may be good to have a representation from that community in each of the science teams, maybe one or two, as desired by the work of the science team. And then probably one or of them could be representing the working group, so that that have a view of what is actually happening at the science team level, and also but in any case, I would like to repeat that there should be some idea on what would be the objective of, for example, science working group, the coordination, what is expected, or what would be anticipated from the early careers. So that would be important.
Standing from recollecting the discussion is that they wish to harness the early career scientists to contribute to all of the themes of the science plan, and that if they get themselves, they are together as a collective, they can do that in a coherent, organized manner. And the objective of the ECSN working group was to give them a more prominent stature in the steering committee, because at the moment they are sort of part of something else in the steering committee. It was really to give them prominence, visibility, a better voice and more stature. You know, that was my recollection, but definitely to contribute to all of the science by having members in all of the science, in all of your science streams.
I think this relates back to the problem that was being discussed earlier with respect to just the membership of the working groups. And speaking as a member of being sick, I'm a big member, and the failure of some people to participate. I think what we've got to do in terms of reference, I think there's a failure to understand, or there's not clarity or consistency across the working groups as to what's expected above the line from the co-chair, or what those working group members or being members really need to contribute. And I, for one, that's certainly for me, there's a back. And I think, therefore, in order to decide what is the best way to involve ECR is to actually make it clear so that we can decide on what is the best way for ECR to engage, whether it's a separate working group, membership of the teams and the working groups, or as the internet involved in cyber co-op. I think there's that kind of clarity.
Well, the chapter 7 of the draft implementation strategy, I think, addresses that issue, Greg. So with another month or two of being able to read that chapter, I think we'll be able to assess whether that your issue is adequately addressed in the current draft. If not, that could be a commentary and an editorial. Yeah, I think, yeah.
What the terms of reference are? I mean, are they listed in the revised? Okay. Okay.
Can I make one quick comment? So maybe the representation of the ECSN science team, maybe we can ask the core committee to nominate, and that we can include. That should not be a problem. And in meantime, with the ECL, because I was going through the original implementation plan, and each working group has certain terms of reference in that. So maybe in meantime, if ECSN core committee can come up with that, then we can discuss and then we can put up the
Come up with the terms of reference. Yes, constitution, I mean, what they want to do, the terms of, that's what I mentioned this morning when we had the arbitrary scientific session, I mean, presentation that, because it's not that clear what they want to do. And once we know, then it's easy to, I mean, more easier to discuss whether they should be out or in. But they would have to remain as an early career scientist, because being a working group in a program gives no visibility to the other network of early career scientists. So they will have to be visible as an early career scientist network to be seen by the other early career scientist network, like ECOS, for example. Yes.
I don't see why we can have both. How the ECSN network, because it's a network of around 200 people joined the entire group. So how the ECSN network, but how the representation is done, both in the working group and also in the science team, so that we, we harness the value and vigor of early career scientists, but also they also harness the value and vigor and the experience and expertise of senior scientists. I think it's important that they are represented and they have a chance to participate in both decision making as part of the working groups, but also involved in the science and operations that we do as part of the science teams. That's
and you have the early career scientist network, then we agree that they are in the science teams and they contribute actively in the activity.
You have representatives.
But what is the added value of having on top of that a working group that is going to be?
No.
Okay.
No separate working group. If you have a separate working group for early careers, I think again we are compartmentalizing them. They may not have involvement with the current working groups or science groups, but have the early career scientists well represented in each of the existing working group and existing science. Do not create another work.
But then we have to think about their representation within the steering committee. That's the question.
Yeah. And the terms of reference. And the terms of reference do not ask them to simply make a terms of reference, but maybe the existing committee should sit with one or two representatives of the early career network and together form a terms of reference on how they can operate. And we need to guide them on how they can represent and operate with the existing committees.
They themselves think, it doesn't matter what we say about it, they themselves wanted to be a separate, a working group so that they would be regarded with the same sort of stature and visibility as the other working groups. I'm just saying that's what they asked for.
Well, what's the...
But who are we to tell them?
What value addition does it make by changing, just the tagline of early career network working group?
You have to ask them, Roxy, not me, You have to ask them.
Yeah, this is my comedy response. This is what I think is more logical and reasonable. To have them represent the existing. And we have many working groups or science teams which are not fully active. So making much more active with the corporate or integrating this team.
Actually, what you're suggesting has already been discussed and agreed to, that they would embed themselves in all of the science things. What you're suggesting, they already wanted, and it's agreed to. We discussed this in Hyderabad with Abiti, so it's done. They definitely want to contribute to science team 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I haven't remembered them. And the science team leader said, yes, you're welcome, please nominate. For the very reasons you're suggesting. So that's, yeah.
How that representing the working group?
What working groups?
The science.
Which is what they want as well. Yeah.
No, not a separate working group.
They figure that by having a working group, they will have a seat in the steering committee, but they don't need to have this working group to have a seat in the steering committee. We need to check that. Maybe.
We always agree that we will help and we are helping continuously. The early career scientists are doing their job for the senior scientists. But why we are asking now for working group 4? That is the main point. Like it will give us a visibility in the international community that we are the initiation of IIO2 and we are doing all these activities like outreach or training or contributing to the science, or we are also in the decision making things. So for that only we are going to make a working group for the initiation. That is.
On to the final agenda item, which is actually your next sentence. They have more information than I have. I don't know if you that.
I can prompt it. And then I from
Yes, Maria Alexandrine.
You want to take the floor now?
Yes, in fact, sorry to take you back. I just had one comment on the, Nick and Rale's presentation on the science and implementation plans, if I may, please. See, we have had this discussion. We have had this discussion before on how to align, and then how and if to align with the ocean decade. And in the science plan chapters outline that was presented, we are actually talking about aligning with several programs, but we don't specifically talk about the ocean decade. And I remember you and me worked on putting up IOE2 as a program of the ocean decade, and then we also had Alison present last year with some feedback. We also had some discussions in Hyderabad. I would think we should still have a small section in the science plan which talks about how the IOE2 as a program contributes to the ocean decade challenges. It need not be very elaborate, those 10 ocean decade challenges, because all what we are doing under IOE2 certainly contributes. And then when we are talking about extending to the horizon of ocean decade, which is 2030, it's always good to have those links. So I would suggest adding one section on how this IOE2 science contributes to ocean decade challenges. And then I would, with that, I would also suggest that the steering committee and then the core group members still kind of work on, take up where we left, the threads where we left when we actually bid IOE2 as a program. But at least we should maybe when the next call comes out, I would suggest we actually put it up as a project or a contribution to the ocean decade. Because now so much of resources, so many activities going around the ocean decade, I think because that's where the resources are going. That's what is getting a lot of airtime, if I could say. So I think in some sense we still should continue to put this up as a contribution to the ocean decade in some sense. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Srinivas. Yes, we didn't discuss the endorsement of part of IIE to the UN decade. I was going to tell you, then I forgot. But
yeah, thank you.
So we'd like to move to the next agenda item, Srinivas, which is about the next conference, big conference of IIE2 that we would like to schedule end of 2025, maybe beginning of 2026, but I think it would be better to keep it to 2025 because this is, at least now, the time for the end of the program. IIE2. Well, maybe in time we'll have some feedback in store, but anyway. So we were discussing about what is the best time and where, and I think we have started to have some discussion in Hyderabad in November about having this meeting in Hyderabad. So it's something that we still want to pursue on, or?
Yeah. Yes, Maria Alexandrine, thank you. So as we discussed in November, we'll be happy to host the meeting in Hyderabad within INCOIS. In fact, we have done several large conferences lately. We have done one for the Indian Ocean Regional Decade Collaborative Center. We did a conference. Nick was here, you were here. So several. We have facilities where we can actually have a conference of around 500 people at least. At INCOIS, we can accommodate around 80 to 100 people on the campus. So we have all those facilities. And then Hyderabad is well connected. So pending formal approvals from our ministry, I could actually say that we'll be happy to offer to host the meeting. Towards the end of the year is always a good thing from the weather perspective. September, October, November, December kind of time frame. Or if we are actually going into the early part of 2026, then I think we should actually try to do it before March, because after that it'll get a bit hot. So that's the proposal pending. Once the group decides that this something that you would want to consider, then I can seek the necessary approvals from our government, and then we can move ahead. So that's on the table for your consideration. We're also hosting the IUGG International Tsunami Commission. It's the International Tsunami Symposium. In between, the dates are not yet finalized, but that's also going to be in 2025. September, October, November. These are the 3 months that we are talking about. So that's again going to be a large group of experts from the IUGG working on the tsunamis and hazards, which is also one of the themes of the IOA too. So if you all, that's also something you might want to consider when you decide about the dates of IOSC. If you want to do it back to back, if you think there is value in doing things back to back, so that there could be cross participation of experts who are coming to both these meetings, even that is something on the table we could consider, so that I can then work back with IUGG Tsunami Commission, and then we can consider. Just something for you to know. That's also something we are doing in Hyderabad in 2025. So I'll stop there.
Thank you for the proposals. And I think, yes, we should have our meeting back to back. We'll see the conference. Yeah. So what is the way to proceed? Should we officially, do you officially make the offer, or what is the procedure? Would you need something from the project office, or?
Yeah, maybe just once you've considered this proposal, and then if there is a positive feedback, then just maybe we are the co-chairs, Mali. So once the project office, I will work with the project office, and then I will seek the necessary approvals from the government, and then get back to you, to the steering committee. That sounds good.
Yeah, I have a comment, and I suspect it may reflect what Jennifer's going to say. Correct me if I don't. So through the NASA, I personally think that's a wonderful offer. I know the Hyderabad Centre you're talking about. It's a fantastic facility for conferences. You have accommodation on campus for those who get in early enough, with a cafeteria. My contribution here is that we should, as a group, really resolve in our minutes today whether we wish the Indian government through Suriname to pursue this and seek approval, because we need to act very quickly. We need to act quickly so people can actually organise themselves to come to the conference, if it is to be held at a particular time, number one. And then the complement to that is, if the project office, as soon as you can, put out a notice, one page, advising of the conference and the themes that will be planning their papers and their contributions. We had a meeting in Hyderabad in November, a small group of us, and then I was recently back there again with Marie in February. And both months, January, February, both months are very favourable climate-wise. My view is the later the better, so there's more time to organise, there's more time to plan for this. But I think we should walk away from this meeting with, you know, a consensus on this as a proposition, so that the project office and Scrivenas can go forward and seek the government's support if we wish them to. We shouldn't leave this open.
Next.
Yeah, I wanted to say something similar to Nick in the beginning, and thank you, Vanessa, for this fantastic offer. But I am a little bit cautious. You're going to run two big conferences back to back, and then we're going to have all the meetings that go after it, like we did last time. There will be 3 weeks of dedicated time for Hyderabad and invoice. You may be up to it, but it'll be hard going. So I'm just cautioning that it may be a bit much, but maybe you can do it.
Nick, can you please, Linath, actually, she was not very clear. Can you please repeat it into the microphone, please? Somebody.
Hold on a second.
Sorry, Linath, when you speak from far, I mean, there's a lot of resound.
Okay. First of all, I was thanking you for the very generous offer. It would be fantastic to go back to India for the 10th celebrations at the conference. But I am a little bit concerned that you're really lining yourself up for 3 weeks of consolidated activity in Hyderabad. If you have the tsunami group, then you have the IOE2, which can be quite big. And then we always have the associated meetings like we've got here today. You may be up to it, but I think it'll be quite hard going.
Yeah.
It's a cautionary note from someone who's organized lots of conferences. But thank you again for the offer. It's great.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Linath. So yeah, we could totally, you know, I'll be really, you know, happy. In fact, last time when we did the IOR DCC conference, in fact, we have had several meetings back to back, Linath. In fact, we had one big training program of POGO with a lot of ECSN, you know, colleagues, early career colleagues, about 30 of them. Then we also had a POGO training along with the iTech training. So why I said, you know, mentioned about this back-to-back opportunities that actually there could be some spaces where all of these people could really interact. And then, like, for example, tsunami is one of the, our working group themes under IOE2 is also about hazards. So I thought maybe there might be some links there. From the organizational perspective, we can, you know, still, you know, handle probably, but we will keep that in mind, certainly. And then I'll be happy to work with the steering committee of IOE2 to see what is the best possible. Absolutely no problem. There are advantages. I totally agree with you in having it a bit apart so that we can focus on individual things. And then also, of course, there are disadvantages. So we will bear that in mind, Linath. Thank you. Thank you for that comment.
We are ready to discuss the session and the organization structure and so on. Has it been indicated in the agenda or?
What we can do is that now, once we have the dates, we reach the, not maybe exact date, but at least the month like December 2025. But then maybe later on we can meet with these single points agenda to decide on the international steering committee. Then we may have a national committee, and then again the local organization.
Can we back up just a little bit to take the point? Can anyone give us any advice from their own programmatic perspective, you know, AGU and Ocean Sciences and other conferences, whether January is okay or December? December is before Christmas, so there are complications and people traveling just before Christmas. When should we have this? December, January, or February? Let's talk either be December of 25 or January, February of 26, Mike.
December is not good because December's not good because of AGU and it's Christmas. So it had to be early December, or even that's not good because people are gearing up. January, January. Ocean Sciences. The state's fired up. That's not those three that you said.
Second half of January, middle to second.
I was just going to say that I seem to recall when we were in Hyderabad that there was, we had arrived on sort of the second half of November rather than the December. That's what I seem to recall, that we brought a little bit earlier than when we were there ourselves, but that would make it sufficiently early relative to AGU, for instance. I think that was part of the discussion. I think there was, I can't remember what it was, but there were others who raised issues about January, February. I can't remember what that was at the time, but I think there was something.
My only personal reservation about November is that it's actually 18 months away. It's only 18 months away. This is a huge conference.
November, you'll have to steer clear of the biggest holiday in the US, which is Thanksgiving. Usually the third week. Yeah, it's the biggest holiday.
The other conflict in January is the American Meteorological Society. So that takes your atmospheric people. I don't know how many you have that come to this, but that's the other big, and that's usually like the second week of January, somewhere around there.
AMS is a smaller generally, and it's more narrowly focused on practicing it would be good not to schedule that at the same time, but I think it would be okay to put that week and call it.
From what I hear, it seems that we would rather choose January, right? Raise hands for those who agree for January 2026. You want? That's not very much. And what about December 2025? So there's a lot of extensions. Huh? December. There were more for January. But the extension is quite high. So, January? Yeah, so maybe mid-December or.
Preference.
The annual AMS meeting, 2026 is 25 to 29 January. This meeting in January. What's the target?
Resolve the pluses and fours. I'd like to know from Lynette why December is preferable to January.
There's a question. So I don't understand why we always pick the same months to have meetings in, and it drives me insane. There's no annual meeting in March for anything. And, you know, we're here in Lompoc. It's 100 degrees a couple of days ago. Come on. I hate back to back to back to back. It feels ridiculous, but I understand if others have different opinions. Okay, once again, I speak to the hat of being an academic, or have been an academic, and organizing a lot of conferences in Australia. And now we've recently organized a big conference in New Zealand. And we had that in late November, and it clashed with Thanksgiving, but it was the only time we could get the venue. December, I suggest we have that because it ties in with the first conference, big conference. December was fine then. I don't know why it's not fine now. And then we all go on holiday. January, nothing happens in Australia. It's impossible. All the academics are away. Students haven't started yet. So I do not think January is a really good idea. And also, a lot of countries around the Indian Ocean, particularly the Southern Hemisphere countries, use the same timetable as Australian universities. So South Africa, they have December holidays, December, January holidays, often go into quite late in January. And I think India has the same, or maybe not, because they're in the Northern Hemisphere, I'm not sure. But the Southern Hemisphere countries stick with that same roster as we have in Australia. It's the only reason why I'm suggesting December. But as we go further into the year, we go into late January, February. UPO says it's no good for Japan, and March, stretching it a bit, but whatever. But then until the semesters have started, academics can't get away. There's always going to be someone who's not happy. I don't really care because I'm retired.
So I'm not sure, but it seems that there's more voice for December 2025, but maybe we could think a little bit more about it because we have to wrap up now. Yeah. Yes. Yes, we have a lot of things.
Actually, just if you allow me to add a couple of, just a point. The dates when we had the IOSC 2020, which was originally planned, and then which we couldn't do it because of COVID, and then got postponed to 2022. The dates were in mid-March on both the occasions. So probably a lot of these kind of discussions would have happened at that time too. And then for some reason, it was when it was supposed to be held in 2020, it was 16 to 20 March. And then when we actually held it online in 2022, it was 14 to 18 March. So, I mean, if that makes it much more, if that window is much more convenient to people, if you want to, not January, not December, you want to take it much further. I think from a hosting perspective, we would not have a problem, even if you want to take it further out to March.
Okay, so would March be a better option for everyone?
Srinivas would be hot over there, right?
March is okay, Roxy. Only when you get into, April, mid-March should be okay.
I suggest we resolve, no, you can.
Unfortunately, our fiscal year in March, it's a little bit difficult to secure the funding. Our fiscal year ends at the end of March, but it's a little bit difficult to secure funding for Japanese film. That's another issue.
Yeah.
Well, I think we have to stop the discussion here. Maybe we can send a poll, okay, and then we'll see. We propose December 2025, January, and March 2026, and we see who wins. Is that fine? Is that okay with you, Srinivas?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have to move on for the lab visit, is that correct?
Yeah, before the lab visit, so we'll have little.
Okay, so we need to discuss the venue and host for the next IOSC meeting. So, is that okay? I'm not aware of anything. Is there any proposals to organize the next meeting? Lina?
As a South African, I'm always conscious of the fact that meetings are held often very far away from African countries. And I would like to propose Mauritius to host this meeting. They have an oceanographic institute. Nick knows them all well. We've got Reza on some of these committees. We had a whole bunch of Mauritians on the first cruise of the IOE2, and I think they can help with this meeting. And I think it's actually relatively easy for people to get from Kenya to Mauritius, South Africa to Mauritius, Tanzania to Mauritius, Seychelles to Mauritius, Rodriguez to Mauritius. Not quite the side of my bank, but most of those countries, Sri Lanka, all of those places are easy to get to from into Mauritius. Australia to Mauritius, Nick uses his flights all the time. It's a viable option. Anyway, that's my proposal. You?
So my response to that is if no one disagrees with Mauritius as the next IIO in 12 months' time, then I would pass the process off with approaching our Mauritian focal points and ask them if that's okay. Does anyone disagree? Because I think we need to go soon.
If we decide that we will have our next IOSC meeting after the conference or before the conference, yes, but then we will do it in Hyderabad. If we agree that yes. Do you have someone for element in the field? Sorry for that. So I think we can stop here.
So yeah, thank you.
The ceremony.
Thank you, Madame Marie, for sharing this session. So we will, before making the lab visit, we will just make a presentation about it, and then we'll thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I need your time for maybe 5 minutes to introduce our facility and also the laboratory. And if you have time, we also